Chapter 25-20. The Lin Ruoxian had the Snake Clan's treasure. The Moon Death had the Moon Clan's treasure. Their actual battle prowess was much stronger than a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. Ling Xiao did not have to worry about their safety. They could help Ling Xiao a lot. As long as they did not encounter Xiaofeng Wanwei or the other first transformation stage 6 Hell Warriors from the Dukyu Mansion, there would be no problem. After a discussion, the three of them set off immediately. It was only a few dozen miles away. It would not take long for them to arrive. Almost at the same time, in the Sword Tribe's main hall. Clan leader, we have investigated the Earth Demon assassins. Ling Xiao went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to look for the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. He will be going to the Sky Thunder Pit next. Jian Tianchen said to Jian Kun. Very good. Secretly leak this information to the Sand Tribe. Our Sword Tribe can't take any more trouble. Let the Sand Tribe deal with Ling Xiao. Jian Kun said after pondering for a while. Yes. Jian Tianchen agreed with this idea. The Sand Tribe's hatred for Ling Xiao was no less than the Sword Tribe's. After all, the Sand Tribe had lost more people because of Ling Xiao. After a while, in the Sand Tribe. What? Is that true? Sha Tongtian asked with a gloomy face. Yes. The Sword Tribe used the Earth Demon assassins to spy on Ling Xiao's whereabouts. However, they did not dare to act rashly. They are a bunch of cowards, Qi Lian said emotionally. She had heard the news from outside. Of course, the Sword Tribe had purposely leaked the news to her. It was just that she did not know about it. The Sword Tribe was really scared out of their wits by that kid's master. What a bunch of cowards. However, we have to seize this opportunity. If that kid goes to the Sky Thunder Pit, he will first have to deal with the Dukyu Mansion. We can definitely benefit from it. Sha Tongtian sneered. What do you think? Do you dare to go with me? Of course. Qi Lian nodded. My 2 daughters and Sha Lin were killed by that kid. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Good. Pack up and set off immediately, Sha Tongtian said. Not long ago, the 13th Prince gave me an item. With it, I can definitely kill Ling Xiao with ease, Qi Lian said excitedly. That's right. How could I forget? Back then, when the Wang Dueling family rebelled, it was you who tipped off the 13th Prince. After that, there was a series of events. You have contributed greatly to him, Sha Tongtian said happily. It just so happens that the 13th Prince is coming to the 8 Immortals County this time. Even if we can't kill that kid, the 13th Prince will definitely help us. That's right. The two of them packed up and rushed towards the direction of Sky Thunder Town. He watched as Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian left. Jian Kun's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. This time, he had deliberately let someone leak the news to Qi Lian. To be honest, he was not certain that Qi Lian and Sha Tongtian could kill Ling Xiao. But with Ling Xiao's personality, if he didn't die, he would definitely kill these 2 people. And Qi Lian and the 13th Prince had a close relationship. It was said that they had once had sex. It was Qi Lian who taught the 13th Prince his first taste of the forbidden fruit. That person also took great care of Qi Lian. Almost every time he came to the 8 Immortals County, he would have a secret talk with Qi Lian. As for what they talked about, others did not know, but Jian Kun knew. This was because he had accidentally bumped into it once. Fortunately, he was not discovered. If Qi Lian died, the 13th Prince would definitely hate Ling Xiao. At the very least, he would loathe him. In addition, the Sky Thunder Pit was the 13th Prince's property. Ling Xiao wanted to steal the Sky Thunder Chalcedony, which would infuriate the 13th Prince. In this way, Ling Xiao would definitely become a thorn in the 13th Prince's side. The 13th Prince did not know that Ling Xiao had a powerful master behind him, and would definitely kill him ruthlessly. At that time, Ling Xiao would still not be able to escape death. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian's assassination, he had already achieved his goal. Although Ling Xiao was happy to kill Jian Ruchao, there was nothing to be proud of. Just in the 8 Immortals County's younger generation, there were 3 first transformation yin-yang realm martial artists at the 6th level of Hell. He could ignore anyone at the 5th level of Hell, but it would still be very troublesome if he encountered those 3 people. In this way, the Sky Thunder Chalcedony became the key. The Sky Thunder Chalcedony would bring him a top-notch lightning battle physique and a great increase in cultivation. Therefore, he had to obtain this item. In about half an hour, Ling Xiao had already arrived at Sky Thunder Town. This town was really very small, even smaller than Yuhua Town. It was originally a town formed because of the mining work in the Sky Thunder Pit. The Sky Thunder Pit not only had the Sky Thunder Chalcedony and Thunder Elemental Jade, but also a large amount of Thunder Spirit Stones. Although the quality was not very good, it could still be converted into a large amount of Thunder Elemental Energy. It was very important to use it to support the puppet's battle or the operation of the mechanisms. Look, the Sky Thunder Pit is in front. It is very easy to recognize. Yushan pointed at a huge pit that was about 1 mile away. Above the huge pit, lightning constantly flashed, and one could see it clearly from afar. It is indeed easy to recognize. I can feel that there is a Thunder Crystal Stone that is even stronger than the Thunder Elemental Jade in the huge pit. It should be the legendary Sky Thunder Chalcedony. Ling Xiao could not help but feel excited. This information was actually the first clue he got from his enemy, Jian Ruchao. He wondered if Jian Ruchao would be so angry that he would stomp his feet in the underworld. However, that guy's days of anger were still to come. As long as he obtained the Sky Thunder Chalcedony and cultivated the top-notch lightning battle physique, Jian Ruchao would really go crazy. Ling Xiao, are we just going to barge in like this? That place is extremely heavily guarded. Lin Ruoxian reminded. Sister Ruoxian, you don't have to worry. With our strength, as long as we don't encounter Xiaofeng Kenwe, the Sky Thunder Pit's defense is nothing. Moreover, didn't the Dukyu residents say that the Sky Thunder Chalcedony will belong to whoever has the ability to retrieve it? We can just walk in openly. The trouble is actually what happens after we obtain the Sky Thunder Chalcedony. Ling Xiao smiled and continued to walk forward. Although the people of Sky Thunder Town were curious when they saw the 3 strangers, no one dared to look for trouble. The 3 of them were basically invincible in this place. It could even be said that in the entire 8 Immortals city, if the 3 of them joined forces, it would be extremely rare to find someone who could defeat them. They smoothly arrived at the Sky Thunder Pit and explained their purpose. A young warrior walked out. This person was called Xiaofeng Kenyang, Xiaofeng Sanyue's brother. His cultivation was not weak, having reached the peak of Yin-Yang Realm level 5. It could be said that he was almost as strong as the top geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain, excluding Lin Yuetian. Chapter 25-21. Which one of you wants to take the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence? Dawn Wind Kenyang coldly asked the 3 of them. Me, Ling Xiao said. Good, then you come with me. The other 2 will wait outside. Dawn Wind Kenyang looked at the 3 of them arrogantly, as if he was ordering them around. However, they were strong and this was their territory. It was normal for them to dare to do so. That won't do. What if your Dukyu's mansion wants to harm me? Ling Xiao shook his head. Humph, you should be Ling Xiao. We already knew about you the moment you entered Sky Thunder Town. We have long heard that you like to hide behind women. Looks like the rumors are true. Dawn Wind Kenyang coldly snorted. I have the final say here. You can either scram or go in alone. Cut the crap. Do you really have the final say? Ling Xiao faintly smiled. If the 13th Prince or the Duke of Yu knew that you let go of the only cultivator who can take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence, what would they do? You think too highly of yourself. So many people can't take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence. What makes you think you can do it? Dawn Wind Kenyang disdainfully said. Just based on this. Ling Xiao suddenly threw out a refining array stone. In an instant, Dawn Wind Kenyang and the nearby guards were all trapped in a fire snake. The fire snake spat out flames. It was extremely realistic. What are you trying to do? Dawn Wind Kenyang was startled. Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you that I am a master of arrays. The reason why you can't take out the heavenly thunder jade essence is because you don't dare to resist the lightning at the core. But if it's me, I can use an array to lure it away. Ling Xiao put away the refining array stone and lightly said, How about it? Do you want the Duke of Yu to personally come or do you want to let us in? So what if I let you in? The three of you can't do anything anyway. Dawn Wind Canyon was well aware of the 13th Prince's temper and his desire to obtain the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. If he really let Ling Xiao leave and this guy went to the 13th Prince to complain, he would be in trouble. In any case, the security here was tight. The three of them could not play any tricks. One had to know that there were 10 First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm 5th level Hell Peak experts guarding the Heavenly Lightning Pit. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask Xiaofeng Waning Moon, who was cultivating in the Heavenly Lightning Pit, for help. With just these three people? Trying to escape? As such, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death followed Daybreak Canine into the Lightning Pit. On the way, Ling Xiao arranged the next plan through soul transmission. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, you two wait outside the Heaven Lightning Pit. After I obtain the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony, we will fight our way out. If Dawn Wind Waning Moon appears, the two of you will help me stall those 10 people. I have a way to trap that woman. Can you do it? No problem. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death both replied. Among the 10 First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm 5th level Hell Peak experts, the strongest was actually Dawn Wind Canyon. It was obvious that the other 10 people had relied on external forces to reach this level. Their cultivation was uncertain, and it would be good if they could reach the late stage of the 5th Revolution Yin-Yang Realm. With Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's strength and the magic treasures in their hands, it was more than enough to stall them. Okay, then let's follow the plan. The plan was not complicated, so it was easy to execute. There was no need to discuss it in detail. Do you see that? That is the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony. You can go through this path. Don't wander around and disturb my sister's cultivation. She has a bad temper and will kill you. Don't blame me for not warning you. Dawn Wind Canyon pointed out a path that had already been opened. This path was at least 40 to 50 meters away from the core area. There were no lightning attacks. Therefore, Ling Xiao walked very easily. Dawn Wind Canyon followed closely behind him, as though he was on guard against Ling Xiao. Outside the maze, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were surrounded by the 10 martial artists from the Duke of Yu family. They were not going to attack, but they were stunned by the beauty of the two women. If I am not mistaken, you two must be Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death from the snake race of the 8 Immortal Mountain, right? In fact, he had not guessed it, but someone had reported it to him. That's right. Lin Ruoxian answered lightly. I wonder which side do you think will emerge victorious in the Ox Deity's Maze contest this time? These old men were shameless and were obviously trying to find a topic to talk about. The 8 Immortal Mountain, of course. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death answered at the same time. Is it because of Lin Yuetian? Lin Yuetian is indeed powerful, but Chen Beixian from the Tianfeng group and Lady Xiaofeng from the Duke of Yu family would not lose to Lin Yuetian. At the end of the day, this competition is between the three of them. Aren't the two of you too full of yourselves? Hearing Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's answer, the 10 martial artists were clearly displeased. Don't forget, the fourth on the genius leaderboard is also a martial artist from the 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian said proudly. I don't know about Lin Yuetian, but Ling Xiao will definitely surprise you. Ha 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 ha, the one who just went in must be Ling Xiao. I think he will be lucky to come out alive, let alone win the maze of the Ox God. Dream on. The 10 martial artists burst into laughter. Moon Death wanted to cut the 10 martial artists' necks in half. However, Lin Ruoxian stopped her and said, Don't do it, Ling Xiao hasn't done it yet. However, Lin Ruoxian didn't want to do it, but the 10 martial artists didn't. Since the two of you are here, why don't you have some fun with us? One of the martial artists laughed evilly. Aren't you afraid of causing a fight between the Duke of Yu family and the 8 Immortal Mountain? Lin Ruoxian said coldly. Ha 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 ha, if the three of you die here, we will just deny it. As far as I know, Ling Xiao and the two of you are not very popular in the Eight Immortal Mountain. Maybe some people will be very happy if you die. The martial artist laughed loudly. Brothers, since we are bored, let's play with these two beauties. While shouting, the 10 martial artists pounced on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death like hungry wolves. Courting death! A terrifying white snake martial soul appeared behind Lin Ruoxian, and a strange shield appeared in his hand. This was the Snake Clan's treasure, the Snake Hair Stone Shield. The shield flashed with a strange light, and the martial artist at the front was petrified on the spot. Immediately after, the nearby Yu Death suddenly attacked and shattered the stone statue. You dared to kill the people of the Duke of Yu family? Chapter 25-22. While the battle raged on outside, Ling Xiao was already close to the Thunder Chalcedony. He could feel that the closer he was to the Thunder Chalcedony, the more pressure he felt. In the end, he had no choice but to activate his advanced thunder body. Under the protection of the advanced thunder body, he was able to move forward. As for Dawn Wind Kanyang, he also had the advanced thunder body. It seemed that Dawn Wind Kanyang was just as desperate for the Thunder Chalcedony as he was. Ling Xiao could even feel the murderous intent in Dawn Wind Kanyang's eyes. This guy wouldn't be thinking of snatching away the heavenly Thunder Chalcedony, then push the blame on me, right? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Regardless of whether his guess was right or not, what he needed to do next would not change. He continued to move forward, but he found that even the advanced thunder body could not withstand the terrifying attack. By then, he was only 5 meters away from the Thunder Chalcedony. Many people have tried, but this is basically the limit. Even my sister, who has a top-level lightning body, can only get 3 meters closer. Dawn Wind Kanyang looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, If you can't do it, then get out of my sight. I don't have time to hang around with you. Ling Xiao ignored Dawn Wind Kanyang's sarcastic remarks and focused on the Thunder Chalcedony. His entire body suddenly changed. He had already entered the Jade Rabbit transformation state. The Jade Rabbit was stronger than the black-striped flying tiger, so it should be the right choice. So this is the legendary beast warrior? He is just like Chen Beixian. No wonder he is so confident. Dawn Wind Kanyang could not move forward, but he could still watch Ling Xiao move forward. Just like that, Ling Xiao moved forward another 3 meters and was only 1 meter away from the Thunder Chalcedony. However, it was almost impossible to go any further. Ling Xiao had the most sensitive intuition to danger. He believed that if he continued, there would be danger. Therefore, he took out 3 alchemy stones and threw them out. The alchemy stones emitted a blinding light and formed 3 layers of defense. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao finally crossed the last meter. Success! When Dawn Wind Kanyang saw that Ling Xiao had successfully come into contact with the heavenly Thunder Chalcedony, he could not help feeling pleasantly surprised. Then, he began to circulate his inner energy, preparing to kill Ling Xiao the moment Ling Xiao came out. This heavenly Thunder Jade Marrow, he really wanted to obtain it. However, the 13th Prince said that the Thunder Chalcedony was for the Arcana Academy. He had no right to obtain it. Therefore, his best option was to kill Ling Xiao and obtain the heavenly Thunder Chalcedony. He would then announce to the outside world that it was Ling Xiao who stole the heavenly Thunder Chalcedony. In this way, the dead could not bear witness, so who would know that the item was in his hands? It was such a perfect plan that even he admired himself. Why haven't they come out yet? Dawn Wind Kanyang frowned. He discovered that after Ling Xiao came into contact with the heavenly Thunder Chalcedony, he actually sat there motionless. His body gradually turned into a strange jade statue. Even the outer layer of defense was shattered. Bolts of lightning crazily surged into the strange jade statue. What's going on? Dawn Wind Kanyang frowned. He loudly asked a few questions, but Ling Xiao did not respond. Helpless, he could only sit there and wait. At this moment, Ling Xiao was ecstatic. He was not in a hurry to condense the peak lightning battle body. Instead, because of the terrifying power of lightning, it directly stimulated the accumulated energy in his body, causing his cultivation to rapidly increase. Under the protection of the jade statue, he did not have to be afraid of the lightning strikes at all. He was probably the only one who could do this. As the power of lightning continued to gather in his body, his cultivation continued to increase, just like at the bottom of the Demon Sea. Later stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Peak stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Peak stage of the 5th level of the energy. 20%, 30%, 40%. The energy was crazily accumulating, and soon, it reached 100%. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, breaking through to the next level was much more difficult than breaking through to the next level. Ling Xiao had basically absorbed all the power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit, but he was still a little short. However, at this moment, everyone in the Sky Thunder Pit was shocked. Because the Sky Thunder Pit, which was originally filled with lightning, suddenly became quiet. Dawn Wind Kenyang, who was cultivating somewhere in the Sky Thunder Pit, suddenly realized that the power of lightning around her had become extremely thin, and finally, there was not a trace left. All of it was condensing in one direction. While she was shocked, she spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. It should be known that she was at a critical moment in her cultivation. Suddenly, the external energy was gone, and the power in her body was too strong, so she was injured. Who? Dawn Wind Kenyang's angry roar sounded above the Sky Thunder Pit. Many people heard it clearly. The guards of the Sky Thunder Pit were all trembling with fear, and their faces were pale. Because everyone knew how terrifying Dawn Wind Kenyang was. Although she was very beautiful, not only was she powerful, but she also had a fiery temper. She was simply a tomboy. Those who offended her would most likely die. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's bellow startled Ling Xiao, who was in the midst of cultivation. Since I can't break through for now, let's go back first. It's not good to stay here for long. Ling Xiao planned to go back to the 8 Immortal Mountain and cultivate the top-tier lightning battle body before attempting to break through. Perhaps he could succeed in one go. Stop! Dawn Wind Kenyang could not let Ling Xiao escape. Although the current situation was completely out of Dawn Wind Kenyang's expectations, and he did not know what Ling Xiao had done, he was certain that the Sky Thunder Chalcedony was gone. The power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit had also disappeared. The disappearance of the Sky Thunder Chalcedony was already a big deal. And the disappearance of the power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit was even more troublesome. This was because the Thunder Yuan Jades and Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony were formed by the constant bombardment of the jade stones on the ground by the power of lightning. Without the power of lightning, the Sky Thunder Pit was considered useless. If the 13th Prince knew, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, he could not let Ling Xiao escape. He would either capture him alive or kill him. Thinking of this, Dawn Wind Canyon had already pounced on Ling Xiao, who was coming out. Lightning intertwined on his palms, and the sound of thunder continued. This strength was not ordinary. It was no wonder that he could be ranked in the top 10 of the genius list. He was much stronger than most of the geniuses in the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at such an attack. He just casually struck out with his palm. Dawn Wind Kenyan felt as if he had encountered the most terrifying lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit. His body was instantly sent flying, and he landed heavily on the ground in horror. What's going on? This guy is so strong! Chapter 25-23. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyan was well aware of Ling Xiao's information. He was only at the middle stage of hell. Even if he could challenge those of a higher rank, he shouldn't be this strong. Whether he understood or not, it was too late. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the heavily injured Elder Dawn Wind Kenyan as he walked out. Duke Yu's residents definitely knew about the Sky Lightning Pit. Once more experts arrived, they wouldn't be able to escape. Hence, they had to end this quickly. As for whether Duke Yu's residents would come looking for trouble, that was another matter. Who dares to barge into the Sky Lightning Pit? Ling Xiao walked out with quick steps. Suddenly, he heard a squeal. The voice was filled with anger and brutality. Needless to say, to be able to enter the Sky Lightning Pit as a woman, it had to be Duke Yu's residence's elder Dawn Wind Kenyang. The other party was a martial artist at the 6th stage of hell. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with her. Looking at elder Dawn Wind Kenyang, who was lying on the ground, he couldn't help but sneer. He grabbed elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's neck and continued walking forward. Soon, elder Dawn Wind Kenyang appeared in front of him. To be honest, this woman was quite pretty. However, she dressed like a man and had a fiery temper. He didn't like her. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang originally planned to kill this intruder, but when she saw her brother in the other party's hands, her face darkened. She had no choice. She was afraid of breaking the vases. She couldn't let her brother be killed by the other party. Ling Xiao only needed to use a little strength to break elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's neck. The Sky Lightning Jade Marrow belongs to the capable. You guys have been guarding here for so many years and have yet to obtain it. Today, I obtained it myself, so it's mine. Furthermore, the Sky Lightning Pit was born naturally. You guys actually took it for yourselves and used it to earn money. How despicable. I'm doing justice on behalf of the heavens today. Ling Xiao looked at elder Dawn Wind Kenyang and said, You better get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll send you a corpse. His expression was calm, but his tone was cold. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang stood there and didn't move. Instead, she looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Release him. Leave the Sky Lightning Jade Marrow. Come with me to the Duke Yu's residence to plead guilty. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. This woman was too calm. Her own brother was being held hostage, yet she could still be so arrogant as to ask Ling Xiao to confess and hand over the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence. Who did she think she was? Of mystic world's king of sovereigns? Idiot! Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His right hand was still around Dawn Wind Kenyang's neck, but his left hand twisted Dawn Wind Kenyang's right arm. Bang! Ah! Daybreak Kenyang let out a blood-curdling scream as his right arm was broken. Kenyang, don't think that I'm just joking. If you don't move aside, I can make sure that this guy doesn't have a single intact spot on him from start to finish in front of you. Ling Xiao's cold voice made Dawn Wind Waning Moon even angrier. However, beneath her anger was a heart as cold as ice. Brother, don't worry. I'll avenge you. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang took a deep breath and a giant axe appeared in her hand. It was rare for a woman to use a giant axe that was even taller than her. She brandished the giant axe, causing a gust of wind and killing intent. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang actually wanted to kill both Dawn Wind Kenyang and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel that the other party was not joking. He really intended to do this. TSK, a woman with a heart of stone. Dawn Wind Kenyang, oh Dawn Wind Kenyang, don't blame me. It's all your sister's fault. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't leave Dawn Wind Kenyang behind. He had said that he would kill Dawn Wind Kenyang if they made a move. He wouldn't change his mind. Wait! Dawn Wind Kenyang suddenly shouted. Dawn Wind Kenyang, if you dare kill me, I'll take you down with me. Suddenly, he took out a strange talisman and yelled. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang suddenly stopped. Her face was ashen. Idiot, even if he lets you go, he'll take the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony away. The 13th Prince won't let us go. It's better to die here and leave a good reputation for being loyal to our master. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang frowned, clearly afraid of the talisman. Shut up! You stinking brat, if you want me to die, I won't let you have it easy. Don't try to reason with me. I only know that a bad life is better than a good death. I'm the son of the Duke of Yu. If the 13th Prince wants to kill me, he'll have to look at my father's face. Dawn Wind Kenyang was determined to live. He didn't care about being enemies with his sister. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice when he saw this scene. This would save him a lot of trouble. Good! Very good! Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon gritted his teeth and fiercely said. Then, he stepped aside and said, Scram! Haha, then I won't be polite. Ling Xiao grabbed Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's neck and walked out. When he passed by Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang, he was completely on guard. Who knows if this woman would suddenly attack? Luckily, she didn't attack. That's right. I'm just taking the heaven lightning chalcedony. I don't care about this kid's life. Ling Xiao smiled and walked out of the heaven lightning pit. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang followed behind, waiting for an opportunity. She believed that the 10 experts outside could definitely stop Ling Xiao. At most, she would sacrifice one person to make Ling Xiao die here. She was afraid of the talisman, but the 10 experts outside didn't know what the talisman was. It was normal for them to die in a daze. However, what Elder Dawn Wind Canyon didn't expect was that 5 of the 10 experts were already dead. The remaining 5 were also injured. 2 women who were as beautiful as her were fighting against these 5 people. Ruoxian Moon Death, the item is here. Let's go! Ling Xiao had been a little worried about the 2 people outside. However, he was relieved when he came out to take a look. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of these 2 ladies. Run? Where are you running to? Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's voice was suddenly heard. One of the martialists at the peak of the 5th level of hell had actually left Ling Xiao and Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang behind. The sharp blade in her hand was aimed at Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang's body. This woman was really vicious and merciless. She even wanted to kill her own brother. Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang didn't dare use the talisman when he saw someone lunging over. Because the one who pounced on him was not his sister, it would be useless even if he used it. Ling Xiao frowned and kicked Elder Dawn Wind Kenyang away. Of course, he had snatched the talisman away. Trapped Beast Struggle. This was the name of the talisman. Ling Xiao had heard from a Yuan Venerate that this talisman could explode with great power in an instant. It was a talisman used for mutual destruction. Chapter 25-24. The moment Ling Xiao put away the talisman, Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon had already charged over. This woman was really good at seizing opportunities. Die, stinking brat! Although Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's body was weak and his strength had been severely damaged due to the mishap in his cultivation. However, in her opinion, if she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it should still be as easy as flipping her hand. She leaped high and chopped down with the giant axe in her hand. Behind her, a warrior in golden armor appeared. This should be the martial soul of the Duke of Yu residence. The warrior in golden armor shone with light. This light gathered on Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's giant axe, increasing its power. Stinking bitch, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao snorted and the black deity sword appeared in his hand. His body was also wrapped in the Jade Rabbit transformation. Black deity sword, divine grade spiritual artifact. It was perfect to deal with Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon. Shadow martial art, sword Crying Mountain, sword Ren's Yellow Spring, kill! In an instant, sword intent surged in the sky. The first sword broke Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's giant axe attack. The second sword sent Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon flying. Humph, you want to fight with me in your current state? What a joke! Ling Xiao snorted and did not continue fighting. He put away his weapon and used the 1,000-mile wolf to break through the sky. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed closely behind him. Damn it! Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon looked on helplessly as Ling Xiao escaped. He was infuriated. Not only did this guy snatch the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony, but he also caused her cultivation to go wrong. It also triggered the hatred between her and her brother. This made her mood worse than ever. She had the urge to kill her way to the 8 Immortal Mountain. But in her current state, it was unrealistic. So she could only watch Ling Xiao escape. I must kill this brat before the 13th prince reaches the 8 Immortal City. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's eyes were filled with hatred. Lock Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon up! She suddenly shouted angrily. Ling Xiao didn't care about what happened to Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon. He, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had already escaped from Sky Thunder Town and headed straight for 8 Immortals Mountain. During the short break, Moon Death worriedly asked, Big Brother Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that the people from the Duke of Yu's mansion already know that we stole the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony. Do you think they will directly kill their way to the Eight Immortals Mountain for revenge? Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's normal to do that in a fit of anger. However, the battle for the Ox Deity's Labyrinth is about to start. The Duke of Yu won't fight with the Eight Immortals Mountain at this time. At most, they will ask the Eight Immortals Mountain to hand over the three of us. Do you think the Eight Immortals Mountain dares to do this? I don't dare. Lin Ruoxian shook his head and said, The Eight Immortals Mountain will definitely deny it. After all, the Duke of Yu's mansion didn't catch us. This is their biggest mistake. The Eight Immortals Mountain is pressured by the Honorable Master's divine canon, so no matter what, they have to step forward to defend it. That's right. So after we return, let's cultivate in peace. There's no need to worry. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then I'm relieved. Moon Death also felt that this should be the case after listening to the two's analysis. After all, the remnants of the Divine Codex still existed. The people of the Eight Immortals Mountain were still afraid of that woman. Besides, even if the Eight Immortals Mountain didn't protect Ling Xiao, if that woman made a move again, the Duke of Yu's mansion would be out of luck. Moon Death didn't know that the Divine Codex was no longer here, so she felt even more relieved. Alright, we've rested enough. Let's continue on our way. Ling Xiao stood up and said, Okay. The two women answered and then the three continued on their way. At this time, they still hadn't stepped out of the Duke of Yu's mansion's sphere of influence. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose in front of them. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Not good. It's a beast tide. Ling Xiao had seen a beast tide before. Although he felt that the scale this time was not large, he was very surprised that it would appear in a city with so many people. The beast tide trampled a village along the way. The ground was littered with corpses and miserable howls. Even Ling Xiao, who was not a kind person, felt sorry for it. However, what surprised him was that when the beast tide got close to them, they actually surrounded them. Their target was obviously them. A beast tide controlled by someone. Ling Xiao frowned. He had heard that there was a treasure in this world that could trigger a beast tide. Although it was difficult to control, it could make the beast tide only target a certain group of people. You two be careful. I'm afraid we've been tricked. Ling Xiao first thought of the people from the Duke of Yu's mansion. However, he couldn't see anyone at this time and couldn't be sure. He instantly entered the black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation state. The jade rabbit's defense was high, but its attack was not as good as the black-striped flying tiger. The ferocious armor covered Ling Xiao's body. His combat strength soared at this moment. He took out the white jade flying dragon sword and black immortal sword at the same time, holding them in both hands. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao did not intend to hold back. He wanted to go on a killing spree. Tai Chi, search. Facing the beast horde, Ling Xiao continued to fight while casting his Tai Chi to observe his surroundings. He believed that this beast tide was man-made. Therefore, the other party should be hiding nearby. It's them! Finally, after a while, Ling Xiao found the two people hiding in the dark. Who are they? Lin Ruoxian asked. Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. How did they know I was here? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, I'll leave these beast tides to you. I'll go kill those two people and the beast tide will be resolved. After saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Roar! The roar that came out of his mouth was the roar of a ferocious tiger. Tiger's roar! This was the special ability of Ling Xiao's black-striped flying tiger. The horrifying roar spread in all directions. A large number of beasts were stunned or killed by the roar. Some of them seemed to have escaped the control of some kind of power and fled into the distance. There were originally thousands of beasts, but now there were only a few hundred left. This number was no longer a threat to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. It would not be a problem to leave it to the two of them. Ling Xiao transformed into the Black Wolf General again and used Wolf Traversal. He instantly passed through the beast tide and charged toward Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. No matter who told Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian his whereabouts, these two people had to die today. Now, he had the strength to absolutely crush Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. In an instant, Ling Xiao had already appeared in front of Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. The two of them were startled and hurriedly retreated. "Tell me, who sent you, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." Ling Xiao looked at the two of them contemptuously, and said coldly, "Ling Xiao, your death is here. No one sent us, we're the ones who want to kill you. Do you think your whereabouts are very secretive? What a joke." Chapter 25-25. As he spoke, Sha Tongtian had already charged towards Ling Xiao. Qi Lian also pounced over. However, she knew that she was not strong enough, so she followed behind Sha Tongtian in an attempt to ambush him. When the two of them attacked, they both transformed into sand witchers at the same time. All they wanted was for Ling Xiao to die. Therefore, they would use whatever method was best for them. "Repay? Haha, with just the two of you!" Ling Xiao sneered. In a flash, he passed by Sha Tongtian and pierced Qi Lian's throat with his sword. Did this woman have a screw loose in her head? With such little strength, she dared to seek revenge. "Qi Lian, oh Qi Lian, in the past, your two daughters wanted to kill me, so I killed them. I took pity on you and didn't touch you. Who knew that you didn't know what's good for you? Then you can reunite with your two daughters in hell." He pulled out his sword. Qi Lian's body fell to the ground. "Elder, hang in there. He will die." Before dying, Qi Lian looked at Sha Tongtian. Her eyes were not filled with despair but determination. She seemed to want to do something. However, Ling Xiao did not understand. Qi Lian was already in such a state. What else could she do? However, Sha Tongtian clearly understood the look in Qi Lian's eyes and understood what Qi Lian was saying. "Go in peace. I will fulfill your last wish," Sha Tongtian suddenly roared. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sand and a black sun shone in the sky. The air was filled with the aura of death. Everything in the surroundings could not be seen clearly. "Ling Xiao, I'll let you have a taste of my Sand Race's top Jade grade martial arts technique. Raging Sword Howl." The sword rose. Sand Howl. It was a scene of the northern desert that made people uncomfortable. Sha Tongtian's move was similar to the Dark Race's Dark Shadow Strike and the Sword Race's Firmament Sword Print. They were both top Jade grade martial arts techniques, but they were of inferior quality. Also, they were not strong. Like Sword Tide, they were only proficient in fire control. Therefore, Ling Xiao was not afraid of this attack. He took out the white jade flying dragon sword and pointed it at Sha Tongtian. Although he did not know what Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian were up to, as long as he could kill Sha Tongtian, he believed that Qi Lian's scheme would fall apart. Eastern Purple Qi Sword, one sword to the west, one sword to destroy. Ling Xiao was surrounded by purple clouds. The two consecutive stabs were so fast that they seemed to be stabbing out at the same time. This terrifying attack was not inferior to Sha Tongtian's top-tier Jade grade martial skill. The Sword of Return to the West had severely weakened the furious Sword Howl Sandstorm. The Sword of Destruction destroyed the Howling Sword of Fury, and the Sword Qi continued to surge towards Sha Tongtian. It pierced through Sha Tongtian's shoulder. Blood flowed like a river. "Tell me what Qi Lian's last words meant, and I can spare your life." Ling Xiao was a cautious person, so he would not easily take risks. He absolutely did not believe that Qi Lian's words were empty words. "Ha ha, Ling Xiao, are you afraid? You're finally afraid. But it's useless. You'll die soon." Sha Tongtian roared as if he did not care about his life anymore. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he did not care about giving up his life. "All right, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Ling Xiao shook the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. He did not intend to waste any more time. Instead of asking questions, he might as well use the four-leaf demonic eyes. "Shadow martial skill, Sword Howl in the Een Mountains." The move was as fast as the sound of a whistling sound. The moment the sword was released, it was already in front of Sha Tongtian. If the sword hit, Sha Tongtian would definitely die on the spot. Damn it, no wonder Qi Lian said he wanted to use that thing. This kid's growth is too fast. At this moment, Sha Tongtian no longer had any means to block Ling Xiao's attack. He could not dodge it even if he wanted to. He could only stand there and watch in horror as death approached him. He was taking a gamble. If Qi Lian's thing was completed earlier, he would be able to survive. Otherwise, he would definitely die. It was a pity that he would not be able to see Ling Xiao's death. It was a pity. He won the gamble. That resplendent sword light was actually blocked by the blood-red radiance. A ball of blood-red lightning drilled out of Qi Lian's corpse, and a huge thunderbolt roared in the void. It actually destroyed the sword light. What the hell is that? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. His intuition told him that he was in danger, and he immediately retreated. Run as far as you can. That woman is simply crazy. She actually has the undying thunder. Yuan Venerates also shouted in the spirit sea at the same time. Undying thunder? Ling Xiao had heard of such a thing before. This was a type of blood-red thunderbolt that came from the underworld. Only demons from the underworld could use it. If a human martialist wanted to use it, they would have to sacrifice their own life. Before Qi Lian had died, he had used his own life as a medium to summon the undying thunder in order to kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, the undying thunder wouldn't disappear and would continue to attack him. This was the terrifying part of the undying thunder. Not only could the undying thunder burn a person's body, but it could also burn a person's soul and cause them to never be reincarnated. However, the person who sacrificed their life would also never be reincarnated in order to achieve this effect. It seemed like Qi Lian's hatred for Ling Xiao was bone deep. She would rather never be reincarnated than let Ling Xiao die. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Sha Tongtian laughed maniacally when he saw Ling Xiao's sorry state. You didn't expect this, did you, Ling Xiao? Qi Lian was actually willing to summon the undying thunder in order to kill you. You're finished. No matter who you are. No matter who's behind you, you must die here today. Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, who were watching from afar, were so anxious that they couldn't do anything. Die for Ling Xiao? That would be useless. The undying thunder contained Qi Lian's soul. It would only attack Ling Xiao and not anyone else. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be panicking right now. However, he didn't show any signs of panic. He wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This was his character. The more dangerous it was, the calmer he would be. He had experienced this kind of crisis more than once, but he had survived each time. He believed that it would be the same this time. Even if he really died because of this, he would face it calmly. A martial artist would always have to face life and death. What he needed to do now was to try his best to survive. At this moment, he didn't care what he exposed. Behind him, the vast universe appeared. The Tyrant martial soul was released. The huge Taohai beast opened its huge mouth and swallowed the undying thunder. He wanted to refine the undying thunder. However, the situation didn't seem to be as easy as he thought. After all, this Taohai beast hadn't grown up yet. It was still a cub. After digesting a small part of the undying thunder, it spat out the rest. It still chased after Ling Xiao. I don't believe it today! Chapter 25-26. Ling Xiao had not used his superpower for a long time, and he even used his Sky Tyrant martial soul. The huge gourd hung upside down in the Sky Tyrant universe like a huge black hole, sucking in a portion of the undying thunder. However, it was still unable to completely destroy the undying thunder. However, Ling Xiao was even calmer now. Since he could destroy a portion of the undying thunder, he had a way to completely refine it. Perhaps, this would be an opportunity for him. 18 Hell Talisman. Dragon Talisman, Ancient Hell Dragon. The Blood Soul Talisman, which had not been used for a long time, appeared. Out of the 18 levels of Hell, 5 had been strengthened. There were 13 levels that had not been strengthened. However, they were all able to absorb a portion of the undying thunder and seal it. The ancient hell dragon was even more ferocious. It had swallowed a third of the undying thunder. As a result, the originally huge undying thunder was left with less than half of its original strength. On the other side, Sha Tongtian watched all this with his mouth agape. He was completely dumbfounded. He thought that once the undying thunder appeared, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Ling Xiao's trump card was definitely not as little as he thought. All right, I'll let you help me break through. Ling Xiao took out the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. He received the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. In the terrifying roar, Ling Xiao was completely enveloped by the undying thunder. Then, the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony released purplish-blue lightning and stood together with the undying thunder. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, felt relaxed. Originally, it was very difficult to completely devour the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. It would take a long time to suppress the violent power of the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. However, with the help of the undying thunder, Ling Xiao did not need to use any effort. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he absorbed the Heaven Thunder and Undying Thunder and started to forge his top lightning battle body. Looking at this scene, Sha Tongtian's mouth opened so wide that it could swallow a crocodile. No! Impossible! You're simply a freak! Monster! Originally, Sha Tongtian had planned to watch Ling Xiao get killed even if he died. However, at this moment, his mood had sunk to the bottom. He looked at Ling Xiao's actions in disbelief, feeling as if he was dreaming. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian had already rushed over and pierced Sha Tongtian's throat with his sword. This Sha Tongtian had attempted to kill Ling Xiao. To her, this was something that was absolutely unacceptable. I can't accept it, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Sha Tongtian muttered to himself as he knelt on the ground. The anger and despair in his eyes gradually faded. He was finally dead. Moreover, he died with his eyes wide open. But no one sympathized with him. Sha Tongtian wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao killed him. This was an eye for an eye. Fair enough. Sister Ruoxian, what happened just now? Who is big brother Ling Xiao? Moon Death had yet to recover from the shock. Why do you have to ask so clearly? Ling Xiao has his secrets, and we have our own secrets too. As long as we trust each other, it's enough. Lin Ruoxian said calmly. Sister Ruoxian, you're right. I understand. Moon Death was just a little shocked. In fact, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more benefits it would bring to the Moon clan. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't be dissatisfied. It's good that you understand. Let's guard him here until he completes his cultivation. Although they knew that it wasn't safe here, Ling Xiao couldn't move at all in his current situation. The only thing he could do was to stand guard here and ensure Ling Xiao's safety. Okay. Therefore, the two of them sat there and paid attention to the situation on both sides. Ling Xiao was completely immersed in refining the immortal lightning and heavenly thunder jade marrow. He believed that after this absorption, his top-notch lightning battle constitution would be stronger than anyone else's top-notch lightning battle constitution. Other people's lightning battle body was only of the yang attribute. His lightning battle body was of the yin and yang attribute. Everything in the world was only perfect when yin and yang were in harmony. It could be said that Ling Xiao's peak lightning battle body would be the most perfect peak lightning battle body. There was no doubt about this. About an hour later, some uninvited guests appeared in the valley. The experts of the Duke of Yu's residence had caught up. Although it was clearly a hastily formed team, there were still more than 100 people. Among them, there were dozens of martial artists at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Xiaofeng Kenwei and Xiaofeng Kenyan had also caught up. Xiaofeng Kenwei was obviously still very weak, but she couldn't let go of Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Duke of Yu had led all the yin-yang realm's 6th revolution martial artists to pick up the 13th prince. She was the only one left with the strongest cultivation. Therefore, she had to catch up. As for Xiaofeng Kenyan, he naturally wanted to make up for his mistakes. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. The two sides didn't agree and started fighting. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were both very strong. However, they had just experienced a huge battle. Moreover, they couldn't escape and had to guard Ling Xiao. Therefore, their opponents took advantage of this point and kept exhausting them. Another hour passed. The two were covered in injuries. However, he remained by Ling Xiao's side, unwilling to leave even a single step. What did Ling Xiao do to be able to get two powerful allies like you two? Furthermore, you two are so beautiful. Xiaofeng Canhua was very surprised. She had never met such a tenacious enemy before. Moon Death could barely open her eyes and was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Ruoxian had lost too much blood and couldn't even move. However, the two of them didn't even think of escaping. They didn't even think of doing so. Kill them. Although they are respectable, they are still enemies. Xiaofeng Canhua waved his hand and the remaining experts pounced on them like wolves and tigers. Moon Death, do you regret it? Lin Ruoxian leaned on the ground with his sword and asked weakly. No! Big brother Ling Xiao saved my life. It's worth it for me to repay him with my life. It's just that if we die too early, what will happen to big brother Ling Xiao? Moon Death was really unwilling to die like this, because the task of guarding hadn't been completed yet. It's good that you don't regret it. Then let us bleed to the last drop of blood and block these guys for Ling Xiao. In fact, they were already very powerful. Of the more than 100 experts that Xiaofeng Canhua brought, only a dozen were left. If news of this spread out, their reputation would definitely increase a lot in the Eight Immortals city. Suddenly, their shoulders were gently pressed by a warm hand. Thank you for your hard work. Eat the healing pills and start healing your wounds. Leave the rest to me. The voice was gentle and considerate. At that instant, Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shang were so emotional that they started crying. Sigh, you have suffered because of me. Chapter 25-27. Ling Xiao gently supported the two girls and put them into his beast ring. Then, he looked coldly at the enemies in front of him. It only took 2 hours. Ling Xiao not only successfully merged the immortal lightning with the heavenly thunder chalcedony, he also condensed a powerful top-tier lightning battle body. This battle body was comparable to a top-tier Jade-grade martial technique. In other words, those who didn't know top-tier Jade-grade martial techniques couldn't even hurt him. Not only that, the energy of the immortal lightning and the heavenly thunder chalcedony allowed Ling Xiao to reach the early stage of Hell Round Level 6 from the peak of Yin Yang Round Level 5. This step was a qualitative change, because only by taking this step could Ling Xiao be said to be able to do whatever he wanted in the Eight Immortals city. Even if it was someone like Lin Yuetian, if he went all out, he would have a 60% to 70% chance of winning. He looked at Dawn Wind Waning Moon and sneered. Good, I've successfully cultivated the top-tier lightning battle body. I'll use you guys to test it. Then, without waiting for their response, Ling Xiao suddenly released a terrifying lightning aura. His entire body was bathed in the terrifying lightning. Top-tier lightning battle body, heavenly thunder form. Because of the fusion of two types of lightning, Ling Xiao had two different lightning battle body forms. One was the heavenly thunder form. It had the greatest increase in speed, defense, and attack. The other was the immortal lightning form. The most terrifying thing about the immortal lightning was that it couldn't die. In this form, Ling Xiao was almost immortal. Although the immortal lightning wasn't as powerful as the heavenly thunder, once released, it wouldn't stop until one was dead. If the opponent wasn't killed, the lightning wouldn't be extinguished. Both forms had their own advantages. What Ling Xiao released now was the form of heavenly lightning. He raised his right hand and released the terrifying heavenly thunder. The dozen people who wanted to kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were all killed on the spot. The smell of burnt corpses filled the valley. It was extremely pungent. Only Dawn Wind Kanyang and Dawn Wind Kanhua were left, and their faces were filled with fear. It's all because of you. Now both of us are finished. Don Win Kanyang had already lost his will to fight and complained to Don Win Kanwe. Damn it! If it weren't for the problem with my cultivation, even if this Ling Xiao had condensed a top-grade lightning battle body, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon felt very vexed. They had clearly caught up to the enemy, but not only had they failed to kill him, they had also lost all the experts they had brought with them. Only Daybreak Kanyang and her were left. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao was furious. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were injured to such an extent that he really needed to vent his frustrations, and the enemy in front of him was the perfect target. Die! He suddenly threw out a punch. He didn't even use any martial skills. He just relied on the power of thunder and lightning from his top-notch lightning battle body to kill the two of them. Dawn Breeze Kanyang and Dawn Breeze Kanyang watched in despair as the fists wrapped and lightning flew towards them. However, their bodies could not move at all. It was as if they were completely stiff. They were so stiff that they could not move at all. The death god was only a foot away from them. At this moment, a figure landed in front of the two of them and blocked Ling Xiao's fist. Thief, you stole my Duke Yu's mansion's heavenly thunder chalcedony, and now you've killed so many of my Duke Yu's mansion's cultivators. Are you trying to start a war between the Duke Yu's mansion and the Eight Immortals Mountain? The newcomers shattered Ling Xiao's fist shadows, and then began to rain curses on him. Commander Chen! Dawn Wind Kanyang and Dawn Wind Kenwei heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the middle-aged man in front of them. Commander Chen was the Grand Commander of the Duke Yu residence. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 6th level of Hell. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Dawn Wind Sanyue's peak, he was still very strong. However, in Dawn Wind Sanyue's opinion, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. She had fought with Ling Xiao before and could feel that although Ling Xiao was powerful, his cultivation hadn't broken through to the 6th level of Hell. This was a huge gap. Ling Xiao couldn't win. Don't worry, the Duke will be here soon. However, I can take care of these two brats, Commander Chen said confidently. Indeed, with his cultivation, he could do whatever he wanted in the Eight Immortals County. He was one of the top existences. He wasn't bragging when he said that he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Be careful, the wind is strong. You might sprain your tongue. Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and felt that he might have met a good opponent. Although his cultivation had broken through, it wasn't stable yet. It would be good if he could use 50 to 60% of his current cultivation. Fighting with Commander Chen would help him stabilize his cultivation and improve his lightning body. That would be very useful. Impudent! You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of this great commander? It seems that the rumors are true. Relying on the protection of a powerful master behind you, you have reached a level where you consider everyone else beneath you. However, those trash from the Eight Immortal Mountain may be afraid of you, but I'm not. I originally wanted to go to the Eight Immortal Mountain to seek justice, but since we met here, you can die. After Commander Chen finished speaking, he went straight for Ling Xiao. There was no point in talking nonsense with this brat. It was better to capture him alive and hand him over to the 13th prince. Perhaps he could even get some rewards. For safety's sake, Ling Xiao not only used his lightning battle body, but he also transformed into the black-striped flying tiger beast soul. However, he still didn't use the black immortal sword. He held the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. Commander Chen used a long saber. The thick blade and long hilt made it look very domineering. This saber was also an immortal-grade spiritual artifact. It was similar to Ling Xiao's white jade flying dragon sword. Kill! Commander Chen roared and a warrior in golden armor appeared behind him. However, this warrior held a large saber, which was different from Xiaofeng Wenyue's. The release of his martial soul meant that Commander Chen valued Ling Xiao very much. Although he had said that Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning, he did not underestimate his opponent in a real battle. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Commander Chen waved his saber and turned into a row of afterimages. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, you can't compare to me. Although Commander Chen was very fast, Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf was even faster. Coupled with the fact that he had already condensed a top-notch lightning combat body, his speed had improved by leaps and bounds. 1,000-mile wolf. Lightning wolf. Violent heavenly lightning bloomed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao instantly dodged Commander Chen's attack. Then, he stabbed the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand towards Commander Chen. Dark Shadow Lightning Sword Art. Sword cry in the Eden Mountain, thunder roar in the firmament. The power of lightning surged in crazily, causing some changes to the original Dark Shadow martial art. Chapter 25-28. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky. Sword chi filled the air. Commander Chen didn't think too much about it. He turned around and waved his broadsword to block the attack. He could feel how powerful Ling Xiao's attack was, so he didn't dare to be careless. Clang! A terrifying sound echoed in the valley. Two divine-grade spiritual weapons collided, and the trees around them were all destroyed. Commander Chen was even sent flying by this tremendous force. A look of extreme shock appeared on his face. How can this be? Aren't you a martial artist at the 5th level of hell? It's impossible for you to exert such terrifying power. As he spoke, Commander Chen adjusted his posture in the air so that he didn't fall when he landed. He was shocked by Ling Xiao's strength. But he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was more eager to fight. The moment he landed, he exerted force on his feet, and the ground cracked. But he still dashed toward Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. He was like a ferocious beast. The broadsword in his hand turned into a shadow and chopped toward Ling Xiao's neck. This broadsword was heavy and powerful to begin with. If this attack hit, even with Ling Xiao's defense, his neck would probably be directly chopped off. Good timing! Although he won the previous battle with an overwhelming advantage, it wasn't satisfying. After all, cutting grass wasn't as exciting as a fight between two evenly matched opponents. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He laughed and released a ball of violent thunder and lightning from his left hand. Blast Thunder Incantation! The Blast Thunder Incantation was originally an advanced Jade-grade secret art. Now that he had cultivated it to the transformation level, it was extremely powerful. As Ling Xiao's cultivation level increased, so did the power of the Blast Thunder Incantation. In addition, he had successfully cultivated the Thunder Body. At the same time, the Blast Thunder Incantation evolved into a powerful Jade-grade secret art. Although it had just evolved, Ling Xiao didn't know how powerful it was. But as long as it was a Jade-grade secret art, he believed that it wouldn't be weak. Sure enough, after it was used, the ferocious lightning roared and pounced out. Not only did it destroy Commander Chen's carefully prepared attack, but it also sent the commander flying. He was in an even more sorry state than before. This time, when Commander Chen fell to the ground, he cut a sorry figure. He wasn't as relaxed as the last time. His astonishment grew even more intense. Are you really that Ling Xiao? He could not believe that the young man in front of him was Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was ranked 4th on the genius rankings, he wouldn't be in such a passive position even if he were to face Xiaofeng Waning Moon, who was ranked 3rd. However, when facing this fellow, he was completely suppressed. What was going on? Of course I'm Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Come on, that wasn't your full strength, was it? Ling Xiao didn't chase after him because he wanted to fight with Commander Chen. If he defeated him too early, it wouldn't be beneficial for him to hone his cultivation and the top thunder and lightning constitution. Commander Chen felt a humiliation that he had never felt before. His opponent actually challenged him to a fight with such contempt. Hateful, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Golden Armored Warrior Evolution, Golden Armored Deity. As Commander Chen roared, the Golden Armored Warrior martial soul behind him began to evolve. It was like a deity. Not only did its aura become stronger, but its body also became bigger. Golden Armored Deity, Fusion! The best way for a humanoid martial soul and a beast martial soul to fight was to transform. The reason why beast martial artists were powerful was because of this. Strictly speaking, humanoid martial souls were also a type of beast martial soul. Therefore, there were probably some beast martial artists in the Dukyu mansion. The beast god martial artists were extinct, but the beast martial artists weren't. They just became fewer. Golden armored deity martial soul transformation! Commander Chen's appearance had completely changed. His height increased to about 5 meters. His body was covered in shining golden armor. The saber in his hand became bigger and more powerful. It was shining with golden light. This guy's strength has increased by at least 10 times. He has reached the late stage of the 6th level of hell. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi quickly analyzed his opponent's strength. However, this is better. Ling Xiao needs his opponent to become stronger. This way, he can test his own strength. My golden armored deity martial soul transformation. In the entire 8 immortal city, no one dares to face it head-on. Even the peak 6th level of hell martial artists don't dare. Our Dukyu Mansion's martial soul transformation specializes in attack. Brat, just wait for your death. As Commander Chen spoke, he began to condense his inner power. The terrifying power was completely poured into the saber. It can be seen that this time, Commander Chen is going all out. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more time. It just so happens that I haven't used my top-tier Jade grade martial skill yet. Today, I will use you to test it. If you don't die, I won't attack again. Ling Xiao sympathized with such a good sparring partner. Humph, you're just boasting shamelessly. Commander Chen snorted and stopped talking nonsense with Ling Xiao. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be better to defeat Ling Xiao with one blow. Top-tier Jade grade martial skill, Blade of the Deity. Following his roar, the saber suddenly shone with golden light, almost turning the entire space into a golden color. Huge golden halos appeared behind his back. It looked very cool. However, it was not just beautiful. Each halo represented a level of combat strength. The more halos there were, the stronger the attack. Haha, it's actually a top-tier Jade grade martial skill. As expected of a martial artist at the 6th level of hell. I, Jian Ruchao, and Sha Tongtian are much more powerful. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao revealed an indifferent smile. The white jade flying dragon sword was ready. Then, he held the sword with both hands and made a chopping motion. Shadow martial skill, top-tier Jade grade martial skill, Dark Slash. Great mastery! His opponent used a top-tier Jade grade martial skill at the Great Mastery. Ling Xiao also used one at the Great Mastery. He had mastered this move long ago. However, he had only used it against demonic beasts. The mastery was also improved by fighting demonic beasts. Therefore, he did not know what kind of effect it would have when fighting against a martial artist. Slay Xianming was unleashed from the white jade flying dragon sword. The sword light turned into a huge flying dragon that roared and attacked Commander Chen. Saber and long sword. The collision between the two top-tier Jade grade martial skills was finally completed. Rumble! A huge roar sounded. The surrounding trees were completely destroyed by the terrifying aura as if they had experienced the end of the world. With the two as the center, a radius of more than 10 meters became a desert. It was terrifying. Chapter 25-29. After the first collision, Ling Xiao was also sent flying. However, he was in a much better condition than his opponent. He somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He didn't seem to be injured. He wasn't injured at all. I lost! I actually lost! Commander Chen fell to the ground and looked up at the sky. He couldn't accept this outcome. He lost, and he lost so miserably. He could even feel that his body was being destroyed by the crazy power of lightning. He could probably live for a few more minutes. You! Who are you? I'm about to die. Can't you tell me the truth? Commander Chen used the last of his strength to roar. I've said it before. I'm Ling Xiao. It's just that my luck was a little better. Thanks to the generosity of the Duke of Yu's mansion, I was bestowed with the heavenly thunder chalcedony, allowing me to cultivate a top-grade lightning battle body. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Chen. He felt some sympathy for this person. After all, he didn't have much enmity with this person. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party. It was that simple. Moreover, he had said that if the other party didn't die from his attack, he wouldn't continue to attack. He was a man of his words. He would never go back on his words. Commander. Xiaofeng Kenyang and Xiaofeng Kenwa looked at Commander Chen, who was on the verge of death. They were filled with pain and fear. When did Ling Xiao become so powerful? They couldn't understand. Was it because of the heavenly thunder chalcedony? You two get lost. After killing him, I can't be bothered to kill anymore. However, I'm warning you. Don't think about revenge. Otherwise, I'll make all the efforts of the Duke of Yu's residence go to waste. Ling Xiao put away the white jade flying dragon sword. After defeating Commander Chen, he had vented most of the anger in his heart. Xiaofeng Kenwa and Xiaofeng Kenyang were lucky. Thank you for sparing my life. I won't go against you in the cow house maze. Dawn Wind Kenyang hurriedly cupped his hands, turned around, and fled. As for Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, she didn't say a word. She only glanced at Commander Chen's corpse before leaving. These women were really heartless. Commander Chen had died for them, and they didn't even take his corpse with them? What he didn't know was that Dawn Wind Waning Moon only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Once he recovered his strength, he would find him for revenge. This was because Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon felt that he still had the strength to defeat Ling Xiao. However, if he allowed Ling Xiao to continue improving, he would completely lose his chance. Perhaps the Ox God's Maze was his only chance for revenge. Forget it. At the very least, you and I had a great battle. I'll bury you. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Chen's corpse and sighed. Wait. This is for you. I didn't expect that I would have to rely on you to be buried after fighting for them. How ironic. It was a dagger with the lightning attribute. I obtained it from a large family that was raided. It was said that it contained some kind of secret. However, I haven't been able to decipher it. Today, I'm giving it to you. I only hope that you can leave my corpse intact. These were Commander Chen's last words before his death. He didn't put the dagger in his storage ring. Instead, he wrapped it in a cloth and kept it close to his body. If he didn't say it, Ling Xiao would have missed it. The dagger was very short, only slightly longer than the 3-inch flying dagger. It was about 5 to 6 inches long. There was a purple-blue gem embedded on the hilt. There was also the word, Qian, carved on it. He didn't know what it meant. The moment Ling Xiao touched it, he suddenly felt a terrifying lightning energy surging out of the dagger. Fortunately, he had a top-grade lightning body. Otherwise, he would have been injured. It really is a good treasure. Although I don't know what secret it has, I'll slowly study it in the future. He put the dagger and Commander Chen's corpse into his storage ring. Ling Xiao then buried Commander Chen properly. He originally planned to just bury him casually. However, Commander Chen gave him such a good item before he died. Even if it was just for this, he should bury him properly. After doing all this, Ling Xiao went to 8 Immortal Mountain. When he returned to the courtyard, he released Moon Death and Lin Ruoxian from the Beast Ring. He spent 3 days and 3 nights treating their injuries. Not only that, but he also opened up their blocked meridians. This allowed Lin Ruoxian, who was originally at the peak of Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 5, to achieve a miraculous breakthrough. He also became an early-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 6 Hell Cultivator. Moon Death advanced from the late-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 5 Hell to the early-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 6 Hell. In terms of strength, she wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian. However, her cultivation was on par with them. Ling Xiao also completely erased the artifact spirits inside the 2 Dharma treasures, turning them into Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's items. After the master recognition, the 2 Dharma treasures could unleash their full power. Of course, the 2 girls' injuries were also healed. Although it took 3 days and 3 nights, it wasn't a waste of time for Ling Xiao. After all, these two girls were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect him. He only wasted a few days. How could he feel wronged? That's great, brother Ling Xiao. Your strength is probably on par with Xiaofeng Wanwei. With the two of us working together, we don't have to be afraid of Chen Beixian and Lin Yuetian. Unless the two of them work together, the victory in the Ox Deity Maze will be ours. Moon Death said excitedly. That's right, but there's no such thing as 100% certainty in everything. Therefore, we still need to continue to cultivate steadily. There are still 6 days before the Ox Deity Maze. We must stabilize our cultivation level. Only then will we be able to surprise the other contestants. Ling Xiao was very calm. Brother Ling Xiao is right, but aren't you going to take revenge on the sword race? Moon Death asked. Ling Xiao had used the 4-leaf demonic eyes to get some information from Qi Lian. It seemed that the sword race had exposed his whereabouts on purpose. That was why Yu Shang asked this question. Don't worry, the most important thing right now is the Ox Deity Maze. Once the battle is over, the sword race and the sand race will cease to exist. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, have no respect for the sand race? Ling Xiao said coldly. With his current cultivation level, he could definitely wipe out the sword race. After all, the sword race no longer had any elders. The strongest among them was Jian Kun. However, to avoid trouble, he decided to wait a few days and let Jian Kun and the others live for a few more days. Ling Xiao is right. If we seek revenge now, the 13th prince will be unhappy. The 13th prince arrived at the 8 Immortals County 3 days ago. He said that he would not allow any infighting before the Ox Deity Maze begins. Anyone who goes against his words will have to die. Because of this, the Duke of Yu didn't come to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Chapter 2530. Lin Ruoxian had recovered earlier than Moon Death. Thus, she had gone out for a while and learned about what had happened outside. How strong is the 13th prince? Ling Xiao asked. He should be at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Ruoxian thought for a while and said, This is the most conservative estimate. The Qin nation's royal family is the strongest family and faction in the Qin nation. It is said that the Qin nation's king has a total of 14 princes. The weakest is the 13th prince. However, even the weakest of them is the strongest existence in the 8 Immortals County. This is the disparity between them. Interesting. This is all the more reason to go to the royal capital. When Ling Xiao heard about the 13th prince's strength, he was not afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited. If the Qin nation's king's dumbest son was stronger than the strongest cultivator in the 8 Immortals city, then the royal capital would definitely be a treasure land. There is one more thing. The 13th prince probably wants to show off his strength in the 8 Immortals city. He wants to intimidate the local sects and let them know that the royal family is the true ruler here. Thus, he invited the 3 factions to bring all the cultivators who participated in the Ox Deity's Maze to the 8 Immortals Palace where he is staying for a banquet. Lin Ruoxian continued. The time is tonight. Thus, when I went out, the sect master specifically told me to tell you about this. 8 Immortals Palace? I have seen this palace before. Originally, I was wondering why no one lived in such a luxurious palace. After all this time, it turned out that it was specially prepared for the royal family. Ling Xiao frowned and said, It looks like the Qin nation's royal family is really strong in the Qin nation. Of course. Otherwise, how could they become the royal family? It is said that 300 years ago, they snatched the throne from a child. They bullied a widow and her child. However, there is nothing they can do about it. After all, the mystic world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Whoever has the biggest fist is the king. Otherwise, they are nothing. Moon Death spoke like a man. He was very straightforward and liked to curse. He wasn't as elegant as Lin Ruoxian. However, Ling Xiao felt that this was a kind of straightforwardness, so he didn't correct him. After all, in the profound world, beauty was only secondary. Whether or not a woman received respect and attention, the best way was to rely on her strength. Otherwise, it would just be a plaything in the hands of others. Must I go? Lin Ruoxian asked. I'm worried that if we destroy the Heavenly Thunder Pit, the 13th Prince will show us who's boss. Don't be afraid. Whether we go or not, the 13th Prince will do the same. If we don't go, it'll seem like we're afraid, and it'll give him a reason to find fault with us. Ling Xiao smiled and said, We can't always hide in this courtyard. What's more, I really want to see the strength of the 13th Prince. Even if I lose to him, it won't be embarrassing. What's there to be afraid of? That's true. Lin Ruoxian thought for a moment and said, If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. As long as the three of us work together, do you think the 13th Prince won't be afraid? The reason why Ling Xiao dared to go to the banquet was because he was confident. He had now condensed a top-grade lightning battle body, and his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, the help that the butterfly lady could give him had naturally increased. If the 13th Prince really wanted to deal with him, he just had to kill this guy first. In this world, there was nothing that Ling Xiao was afraid of. Let's go. The sect master is probably waiting anxiously. Ling Xiao stood up. The matter of cultivation could be put aside for now. In any case, there was no point in staying here. For him, fighting was the best way to cultivate. Every time he experienced a big battle, his cultivation would always increase by a considerable amount. This made him slightly more battle-hungry now. After leaving his courtyard, Ling Xiao arrived at the sect master's hall. At this moment, the 8 great clans' patriarchs, the remaining elders, and all the martial artists who participated in the ox deity's maze were already here. Only the 3 of them were left. The moment Jian Kun saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed drastically. During these days, Ling Xiao hadn't shown up. Sha Tong Tian and Qi Lian hadn't returned either. Therefore, he thought that the 3 of them had perished together. Now that he saw Ling Xiao return alive, he actually felt a strong sense of worry. Jian Kun! Look at what you've done! Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jian Kun, his killing intent clear. If not for the fact that he didn't want to reveal his strength before the ox deity's maze battle, he really wanted to kill Jian Kun right now. You! What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jian Kun was the sword race's patriarch. In the past, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Now, he was extremely afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he was afraid of Ling Xiao, not because of the Divine Codex, but because of this person. What I mean, you know very well in your heart. These days, I didn't find trouble with your sword race because I'm still a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. I don't really want to do something that ruthless. But you, old bastard, actually want to kill me. Fine, I'll leave it at that. I'll definitely wipe out your sword race. And the sand race. That son of a B*TCH Sha Tong Tian and Qi Lian actually used the thunder of immortality to deal with me. Luckily, I'm lucky. Otherwise, I'd really be dead. I told you to live peacefully. If you don't want to, then don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being ruthless. Ling Xiao's killing intent spread throughout the sect master's hall. He didn't give sect master Lin Quan any face at all. However, Lin Quan was able to keep his composure. He only looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He didn't seem to be angry at all. On the other hand, Lin Yu was furious. How dare you, Ling Xiao? This is the sect master's hall. You can't behave atrociously here. Lin Yu Tian scolded angrily. If you dare to touch a single hair of the sword race, I'll see if I'll let you off. The moment these words left his mouth, Jian Kun's expression immediately changed drastically. He knew Ling Xiao's temper too well. The more he threatened him, the more he dared to do anything. I'm sorry, Sect Master Jian Kun. If you want to blame someone in the underworld, blame that idiot Lin Yu Tian. He's the one who forced me to kill you. Ling Xiao sneered. He casually flicked out a blood-red thunder of immortality from his fingertips. The lightning didn't seem very powerful. However, the moment it touched Jian Kun's body, it became extremely terrifying. Poor Jian Kun. After all, he was a peak Yin-Yang realm level 5 martial artist. Although he didn't have any Dharma treasures, he was still burned to death by the thunder of immortality. Lin Yutian, I killed Jian Kun. What can you do to me? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yutian mockingly and said with disdain, My lightning of immortality came from Qi Lian at the cost of his life and being unable to reincarnate. Why don't you try it too? You. What about me? If you have the guts, then attack. If you don't, then hold it in. Cut the crap. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yutian with disdain. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Lin Yutian's, there was still a gap between them. Chapter 2531. The thunder of immortality was one of the most powerful weapons in the world. As long as it was used properly, even the 13th prince would have to be wary of it. All right, stop arguing. Jian Kun tried to kill Ling Xiao and deserved to die. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk about tonight's banquet. I'm sure you all know what kind of person the 13th prince is. Don't be as arrogant in front of him as you are in front of me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you get killed. Lin Quan's words were a warning to Ling Xiao. It was hard to tell if he was trying to provoke Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would cause trouble, or if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble. But no matter what it was, Ling Xiao did not take it to heart. He wouldn't provoke others easily, but he hoped that the 13th prince wouldn't provoke him. Night fell. The 8 Immortals' palace in the 8 Immortals' county suddenly became lively. All the top martial artists from the 8 Immortals' mountain, the Heavenly Wind group, and the Duke of Yu's mansion had gathered there. They were waiting for the 13th prince who had refused to show up. Ling Xiao was leaning against the wall, sipping wine while chatting with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. The 13th prince is really arrogant. We are all here, but he still refuses to show up. He really doesn't take us seriously. The person who spoke was a martial artist from the Heavenly Wind group. Ling Xiao had never seen this person before, but Lin Ruoxian had. He told Ling Xiao that the 13th prince was Qin Bao, second only to Qin Beixian and Qin Xianfeng in the Heavenly Wind group. Qin Bao was as hot-tempered as his name suggested. However, the 13th prince was getting impatient. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to the martial artists from the 8 Immortals' mountain. Instead, he took a closer look at the members of the Heavenly Wind group. All the members of the Heavenly Wind group were wearing armor. There were 3 types of armor: platinum armor, gold armor, and silver armor. This also meant that they were divided into 3 levels. There was only one person in the platinum rank, Yin Yang realm, 7th level of hell. It had to be the leader of the Heavenly Wind group, Qin Changxing. His strength was on par with the sect leader of the 8 Immortal Mountain, Lin Quan. He might even be on par with the 13th prince. But he was definitely much older than the 13th prince. The golden armor should be at the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. Their numbers were similar to that of the 8 Immortals' mountain. One of them sat beside Qin Changxing and stared at Lin Yutian. If Qin Changxing wasn't mistaken, it was Qin Beixian. Humph! That Qin Beixian thinks that Lin Yutian is his only rival, but he doesn't know how powerful you are, brother Ling Xiao. The Ox Deity's Labyrinth will definitely give him a big surprise. Moon Death was displeased by Qin Beixian's attitude toward Ling Xiao. It's fine. It's better to keep a low profile. After all, we can make a fortune by keeping a low profile. Ling Xiao smiled. When it was time to be in the limelight, he would naturally be in the limelight. When it was not time to be in the limelight, he was too lazy to compete. Suddenly, 2 slightly pressuring gazes were cast on him. Ling Xiao paused for a second and realized that it was Qin Changxing. Qin Changxing didn't know how old this old man was, but he looked like a young man. Ling Xiao knew why Qin Changxing was looking at him. He was the one who killed this old man's son. He was the deacon of the Phantom sect in the 8 Immortals county. Although this old man didn't say anything, he must be holding a grudge against Qin Changxing. Ling Xiao snickered. If it was in the past, he would have been afraid of Qin Changxing. But now, he wasn't so afraid anymore. He even laughed and said, "Is the leader of the Heavenly Wind group gay? Why do you keep looking at me? I'm not interested in that." "How dare you? Who do you think you are?" How dare you insult our leader? Qin Bao roared. Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a fuss in front of my brother Ling Xiao? Before Ling Xiao could speak, Moon Death stood up and released a sharp aura. Qin Bao was so frightened that he shut his mouth. Moon Death was a first revolution Yin Yang realm 6th level of Hell cultivator. Qin Bao was only a first revolution Yin Yang realm 5th level cultivator. He was nothing in front of Moon Death. You are Ling Xiao. Before the Heavenly Wind Group's matter was settled, the Duke of Yu's residence stirred up another storm. The one who asked was the Duke of Yu himself. This old man had a head full of white hair and deep wrinkles on his face. But the power that emerged from his body was not inferior to Qin Changxing's and Lin Quan's. He was also a first revolution Yin Yang realm 7th level of Hell cultivator. Sitting near him were 5 Yin Yang realm level 6 Hell martial artists in Yin Yang realm. One of them was Xiao Feng Canwei. There should have been 6 of them, but after Commander Chen was killed by Ling Xiao, only 5 were left. This commoner is Ling Xiao. Greetings, Duke of Yu. Ling Xiao pretentiously stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. There were some pleasantries that needed to be said. So you still know that you are just a commoner. You destroyed the 13th Prince's Heavenly Lightning Pit and stole the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence. You even injured Xiao Feng Canwei when he was injured. I don't even know what despicable method you used to kill Commander Chen of my Duke of Yu's residence. What do you think you should say about this? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They were all shocked that Ling Xiao could do such an earth-shattering thing without saying a word. What else can I say? The Heavenly Lightning Pit is something that fell from the heavens. Even the royal family cannot take it for themselves. Since the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence was willing to leave with me, then I am a virtuous person. But your Duke of Yu's residence wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to ask my master for help. Oh, that's right. You probably heard that my master was an expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although he left me a magic treasure. Unfortunately, in order to save my life, I used this magic treasure to kill Commander Chen. Alas, the next time someone does this to me, I can only ask my master to step in. Not to mention your tiny Duke of Yu's residence, even the Chen nation would not be able to withstand her wrath. The reason Ling Xiao said this was to hide his strength and to let the 13th Prince, who was eavesdropping outside the door, hear. Ling Xiao was not someone who could be bullied. If his master stepped in, the Qin nation's royal family would not be worth a fart. In any case, you are a man. Don't tell me you are going to hide behind your master? Can't you use your strength to prove yourself? As expected, the Duke of Yu was somewhat afraid. It was not that he believed Ling Xiao's words so easily. Rather, the spies he sent to the 8 Immortals Mountain had reported how terrifying that woman was. In addition, Commander Chen's death was unclear. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to kill him. All of this made him believe Ling Xiao's words. Idiot. Don't tell me you want the 13th Prince to give up his identity as a prince? I say, Duke of Yu, have you become so old that you don't think before speaking? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Logically speaking, with his status, he did not have the qualifications to speak with the Duke of Yu. Chapter 2532. Good, very good. Very good. I've long heard that you have a sharp tongue. Seeing it today, it's true. The Duke of Yu originally wanted to say a few more words to vent his anger, but he suddenly felt a familiar aura coming from outside. His eyes turned and he came up with a plan. He directly said, "That Heavenly Lightning Pit belongs to the 13th Prince. Do you still dare to quibble in front of him?" Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. This bastard clearly felt that the 13th Prince had arrived, so he deliberately said this. Actually, the 13th Prince had been outside for a while, but he had concealed his aura and didn't come in. Ling Xiao had previously pushed out the Divine Codex for that person to hear. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the traps set by the Duke of Yu. I believe that the 13th Prince is a reasonable person. Isn't it just a piece of heavenly lightning chalcedony? Don't tell me that he would bicker with a commoner like me? Ling Xiao sneered. Ha ha, well said. It's just a piece of heavenly lightning chalcedony. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open and an old man and a young man walked in. The young man looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. He wore a golden robe and his hair was combed until it shined. His body naturally released a terrifying aura that caused others to be afraid. A kingly aura suddenly descended upon the hall. This aura wasn't just powerful, it was also filled with pressure. This should be a special martial art that allowed him to have such a powerful and dignified aura. As expected of a member of the royal family, Ling Xiao had already guessed that this person should be the 13th prince. Otherwise, no one would have such a special aura that could cause most of the practitioners present to be submissive and kneel down. The only ones present that weren't affected by this aura were Chen Changxing, Lin Quan, the Duke of Yu, as well as Ling Xiao and the two girls beside him. Behind the 13th prince were two girls. Their appearances were top-notch. Compared to the chubby and somewhat ugly 13th prince, the contrast was too obvious. But in the mystic world, ugliness didn't matter. Strength was the way of the king. Even Ling Xiao had to admit that the 13th prince, who wasn't even 20 years old, was definitely the strongest person present. The 13th prince walked straight to the throne that had been prepared for him, and then sat down boldly. The two women were also standing beside him. Not to mention the 13th prince, even these two women were martial artists at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 6. This was simply enviable. Qin Bao, who had been cursing and complaining about the 13th prince's late arrival, was now lying on the ground submissively, his body trembling uncontrollably. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao sat up straight, he didn't kneel. He only looked at this person from the capital indifferently. The 13th prince was a little surprised. Ling Xiao was actually unaffected by his king's sword qi, just like the other three peak experts. The two women beside Ling Xiao were clearly under Ling Xiao's protection. Originally, the 13th prince had wanted to show Ling Xiao who was the master of the banquet. However, he didn't expect to fail. However, he quickly regained his composure and withdrew his terrifying king's aura. He raised his hand and said, "Everyone rise. I was delayed because of some matters. It's my fault." This was a beautiful move. He used his aura to suppress others and then comforted them. This caused many of the people present to be so moved that they began to tear up. However, Ling Xiao looked at the 13th prince with a gloomy expression. The 13th prince was the key to the destruction of Ling Yan's family. Back then, this kid was only a child, but his heart was already very vicious. He didn't have a good impression of this person. He knew that today's banquet was a treacherous one. The 13th prince had specially prepared this banquet to show off his strength. If there wasn't an unlucky person, the 13th prince wouldn't be able to enjoy himself. However, he still came because he wasn't afraid at all. After sitting down, the 13th prince looked directly at Ling Xiao and said, "Everything under the heavens belongs to me. The heavenly lightning pit is my territory, but you destroyed it. Shouldn't you say something to me? Here it comes!" Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. The 13th prince was really direct. The banquet had just begun, but he already wanted to blame Ling Xiao. Perhaps tonight's banquet was just a way for him to get back at Ling Xiao. "I've already said what needs to be said. Your Highness, didn't you hide outside and eavesdrop? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Many people were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. They were waiting to see Ling Xiao grovel. However, what they did not expect was that Ling Xiao was still sitting there, drinking his wine as he spoke casually. These words were full of sarcasm and sarcasm. He was implying that the 13th prince had a habit of eavesdropping. "How dare you!" The 13th prince didn't say anything. However, a woman beside him was furious. She directly drew her sword and stabbed it at Ling Xiao. Under such circumstances, no one dared to attack the 13th prince's people. Moreover, most of the people present were probably happy to see Ling Xiao die. She was a first transformation Yin-Yang State Level 6 martial artist. She was at the same level as Lin Yuetian. Although she wasn't as powerful as Lin Yuetian, she wasn't far behind. She suddenly attacked, so how could Ling Xiao survive? Originally, I wanted to take his dog life in the ox deity's maze. Who would have thought that he would come here to seek death? Xiao Feng Wanwen murmured coldly. The 13th prince won't just kill his enemies. This kid is in trouble. Duke Yu sneered. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had offended him, he was very pleased. He has such a sharp tongue. I wonder how powerful he is. Qin Changxing and Qin Beixian also stared at Ling Xiao. They wanted to see what would happen to this sharp-tongued guy. However, at this moment, two figures flew into the air. One of them was holding a shield. A terrifying light was released from the shield. The 13th prince's woman didn't care at first, but she was shocked when she saw the sword in her hand turn to stone. She threw away her sword and dodged the light. Then, she continued to attack Ling Xiao from the side. She had many weapons and could take them out from her storage ring. However, even though she dodged the light, she couldn't dodge Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle. The woman felt a little dizzy at that moment. Although it was only a moment of dizziness, it was enough to be fatal in a battle between powerful cultivators. Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity and released the blood-red thunder of immortality. The woman screamed in agony as she was burned to ashes. The 13th prince didn't dare to save her because everyone could feel how terrifying the blood-red thunder was. No one had expected such an outcome. Ling Xiao was bold enough to kill the 13th prince's servant. Chapter 2533. Your Highness, you have to discipline your subordinates well. Otherwise, they will bring you trouble. Ling Xiao looked at the 13th prince with a smile and said, I didn't want to kill her, but I couldn't control the power of the thunder of immortality. Of course, he did it on purpose. From the moment that woman tried to kill him with her sword, he had already decided to kill her. He wouldn't wait for her to land a blow on him. Of course, he wasn't the most eye-catching fighter, but Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. When did they reach the 6th level of hell? Everyone on the 8 Deity Mountain was shocked. Humph, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so weak, but the women around him are so strong. His master is also a woman. How hateful. How can this guy have such good luck? Jian Tianchen snorted as jealousy welled up in his heart. He was insanely jealous. By then, the sword race had completely declined in the 8 Deity Mountain. Jian Tianchen and Jian Lufeng had also become more obedient, and didn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao anymore. However, they still cursed him in private. Beixian, Ling Xiao is nothing. His thunder of immortality has a low hit rate. Just be careful. Your opponents are still Lin Yuetian and Xiaofeng Wanwei. Of course, you have to be careful of the two girls from the 8 Deity Mountain. With their help, Ling Xiao might be able to cause some trouble, Qin Changxing said to Qin Beixian from the Heavenly Wind group. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Yu's mansion, Duke of Yu also said to Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, killing Ling Xiao is secondary. The key is to deal with Qin Beixian and Lin Yuetian. Remember that. The battle this time did not make people wary of Ling Xiao. Instead, they felt that he was a piece of trash who hid behind a woman, and was not worth mentioning at all. However, the 13th prince's face was dark and gloomy. He had done a good job at first, showing the Wang family's style to the fullest. However, because of Ling Xiao, he had lost his cool and became agitated. Killing this prince's personal attendant, are you prepared to die? The 13th prince finally lost control of his emotions. A terrifying aura was released. As a result, most of the martial artists present were trembling in fear. Originally, the 13th prince wanted to find someone to deal with him and give all the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County a show of strength. Now that Ling Xiao had delivered himself to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't let him go. Die. Is the 13th prince prepared for the Qin state to be destroyed? Ling Xiao faced it calmly and smiled coldly. He absolutely could not admit defeat at this moment. Once he did, the other party would definitely make a move. If he did not admit defeat, the 13th prince would definitely be wary of him. It was just as he had expected. The 13th prince had always been wary of the divine grimoire. He had seen the scene of the 8 Immortal Mountains warriors being recruited. The divine grimoire was so powerful that even his father wouldn't dare to say that he could win, let alone him. You killed Xi Lian too? The 13th prince suddenly asked. Something like that. Crimson Viper used his life as the price to summon the undying lightning of the underworld to deal with me. Unfortunately, he failed, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't know why the 13th prince would ask such a question, but there was nothing to hide. Good. Very good. This prince said that he wouldn't kill anyone before the Ox Deity Maze contest. So you can live until then. But remember, Qi Lian is this prince's woman. Just now you killed this prince's personal attendant and destroyed this prince's heavenly lightning pit. You have a great enmity with this prince. After the Ox Deity Maze, if you're still alive, you should know what to do, right? The 13th prince's words were clearly to give himself a way out. He didn't dare to kill Ling Xiao because the divine grimoire's situation was unknown. That was why he said that. Of course, he also had another intention. He wanted to recruit Ling Xiao for his own use. If someone with such a powerful background became his man, then he would have an absolute advantage in the contest for the throne. Ling Xiao also understood these two intentions, but he smiled and said, Since your highness won't kill me, then let's wait until the Ox Deity Maze contest is over. He didn't give the 13th prince any face at all. This made the 13th prince's face even more ashen. Tonight's banquet is over. See you in 6 days at the Ox Deity Maze. He was worried that he couldn't control his emotions and that he would bring disaster to the Qin kingdom. So he ended the banquet early. As a matter of fact, the banquet had only lasted for a little over 20 minutes. The 13th prince left with his last remaining attendant. This banquet could be said to have ended on bad terms. Ling Xiao didn't wait for the others from the 8 Immortals Mountain. Instead, he left right after the 13th prince left. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed closely behind. These two girls now understood very well. Ling Xiao was not only a righteous person, but also a cultivation genius. Following Ling Xiao would allow their cultivation to improve even more. However, most of the gazes behind Ling Xiao were filled with respect or anger. Even the 13th prince didn't dare to deal with this guy. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? In the next 6 days, Ling Xiao focused on stabilizing his cultivation and honing his top-tier lightning battle body. Speaking of speed, it was indeed fast. It was also slow. 6 days passed in the end. Ling Xiao's cultivation also made a small breakthrough. He reached the mid-stage of the 6th stage of the yin-yang transformation stage. His dark nether slash, a top-tier jade grade martial skill, had even reached the transformation stage. This was all thanks to his constant sparring with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Of course, these two girls also benefited a lot from this process. Although their cultivation didn't make a breakthrough, they both comprehended the first move of their family's top-tier jade martial techniques. They also improved their mastery to the greater mastery level. As a result, their battle prowess was greatly improved. Then, the three of them set off with the rest of the 8 Immortals Mountain and returned to the 8 Immortals Maze. Only a few people knew the exact location of the Ox Deity Maze. The 13th Prince was one of them. The competition this time was led by him, which was why the contestants were gathered here. The three major factions sent out 15 contestants each. However, in terms of strength, the 8 Immortals Mountain was still the strongest. After all, the 8 Immortals Mountain had ruled the 8 Immortals County for 15 years. The Heavenly Wind Group was second. The Duke of Yu's family was the weakest, but they were not to be underestimated. Ling Zhao's arrival instantly caused a wave of angry gasps. Be it the Heavenly Wind Group, the Duke of Yu's family, or even the 8 Immortals Mountain, they all hated him. They wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. Regarding this, Ling Xiao understood in his heart. However, other than Xiaofeng Wanwei, Lin Yuetian, and Qin Beixian, the rest of them were no more than ants in his eyes. If they wanted to die, he wouldn't show them any mercy. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant flying sword flew out from the 8 Immortals' palace. Chapter 2534. The flywheel ship in the shape of a flying sword was large enough to accommodate all the contestants. Come on, follow me to the maze of the Ox deity, the Sky Thunder Mountain. The 13th prince glanced at Ling Xiao coldly and then stopped paying attention to him. He seemed to have forgotten what happened 6 days ago. But Ling Xiao knew very well. The more the prince acted like this, the more he wanted to take revenge. But since he had chosen to go against the 13th prince, he was not afraid of revenge. Half an hour later, the flying sword and airship arrived at their destination, the Sky Thunder Mountain range. It was said that the Sky Thunder Mountain was the entrance to the Ox deity's maze. In the past, the Ox god built this maze in the Sky Thunder Mountain range in order to punish those evil people. About 10,000 years ago, there was a guy called the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder. He called himself the Holy Emperor, but what he did was unforgivable. Later, the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder was trapped in the maze by the Ox deity and never came out. This time, whether you get the beast soul of the Ox deity, or the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, you will be qualified to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. When they arrived at the Sky Thunder Mountain, the 13th prince explained the conditions of the Arcana Academy's disciple selection. It was a little different from what they knew. What about the ownership of the 8 Immortals County? The Duke of Yu could not help but ask. That depends on who gets the beast soul of the Ox deity, the 13th prince replied. Hearing this, the three forces obviously put their focus on the beast soul of the Ox deity. As for the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, it would be best if they could get it after getting the beast soul of the Ox deity. If they could not get it, then so be it. For them, the ownership of the 8 Immortals County was more important than the qualification to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. But Ling Xiao thought it was the same. Anyway, he did not enter the Ox deity's maze for the 8 Immortals County. In addition to the most powerful Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, there are many evil people trapped in the Ox deity's maze. Although they are evil, each of them has an extremely powerful inheritance. The third place to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy will be determined by who gets the most powerful inheritance. The 13th prince continued. Weird? Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. What happened? Lin Ruoxian asked curiously. It's nothing. It's just that every time the 13th prince mentioned the words Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor, the dagger in my storage ring would have some sort of reaction. Could it be that there's some connection? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Maybe it's some kind of opportunity. That dagger should also be of the lightning attribute. It might be a relic of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. Lin Ruoxian said. Forget it. After we enter, the most important task is to find a suitable inheritance for us. As for the Ox deity beast soul, we can leave it for later. Let those guys fight for it first. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Those guys will definitely target the Ox deity beast soul. Yes. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were also a little excited. Once they got the inheritance of an ancient warrior, although they might not be able to become a genius, their strength and aptitude would definitely be greatly improved. Ever since they reached the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, they had made it their goal to go to the Imperial City. After all, people should strive for greater heights. Just as Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were discussing these matters, the 13th prince had already opened the entrance to the Ox deity maze. In the past, this entrance had been opened by the joint efforts of 13 peak experts from the royal capital. At that time, it took a total of 49 days before it was finally opened. However, the time it took to open the maze was no more than 3 days. After this time, the entrance would immediately close. When the 13th prince opened the entrance to the Ox deity's labyrinth, he had already warned everyone. You only have 3 days to move around in the maze. If you don't come out in 3 days, then you'll have to wait 49 days. So remember, although the inheritance is important, you have to save time. Otherwise, it'll be meaningless if you die inside. The 13th prince reminded them. Okay, now you can enter the maze. The competition will last for 3 days. After 3 days, whoever obtains the Ox deity beast soul will be the final winner. Of course, there will be fighting during this period. If you're afraid of death, you can give up. Of course, no one would give up. Since they had already come this far, who would be willing to give up so easily? Everyone looked at the entrance to the ox deity's maze. It was an open space between two towering trees. At this moment, a huge green whirlpool was constantly revolving. No one knew what was waiting for the contestants inside. Duke Yu's residence, Tianfeng Group, and 8 Immortal Mountain will enter the maze one after another. Remember, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, the maze will close, and it will open again after 49 days. If no one obtains the Ox Deity Beast Soul or the Thunder Deity Emperor's inheritance in 3 days, then it will only show the incompetence of the 8 Immortals City's martial artists. The Arcana Academy will not choose any of you as a disciple. And the ownership of the 8 Immortals City will be taken back by the royal family. We will send a new city guard here. The 13th Prince's words made many people's hearts tremble. Because they all thought of one possibility. Could it be that the royal family was using this competition to weaken the strength of the 3 major factions, and then effortlessly take back the ownership of the 8 Immortals City? But immediately, they felt that it was not very likely. With the royal family's strength, they could just send a prince with a few personal attendants to easily overturn the 8 Immortals City. Was it really necessary to go through so much trouble? Therefore, such thoughts vanished into thin air. The 15 people from the Duke Yu's residence began to enter the maze. The 13th prince was still explaining the situation. After entering, you will be sent to different places. Even I can't control this. So whether you can survive or not depends on your own luck. The moment Xiaofeng Wayne Moon stepped into the green whirlpool, she coldly looked at Ling Xiao. For her, the Ox Deity Beast Soul was the most important, but killing Ling Xiao was also a must. The next group to enter the green whirlpool was the Tianfeng group. In addition to Qin Beixian, Qin Xianfeng was also a person to watch out for. This guy knew how to be patient. If he had used all of his power against the Demon Shadow Sect, even the so-called Demon Envoy of the Demon Shadow Sect would not have been able to stop him. At that time, Ling Xiao thought Qin Xianfeng was just an idiot. However, it seemed that this guy was second only to Qin Beixian. Chapter 2535. After everyone from the Heavenly Wind group had entered the maze, Lin Yuetian led the geniuses from the 8 Immortal Mountain into the green whirlpool. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death stood at the back. He released some of his soul power and injected it into Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's soul realms. This way, even if they were teleported to different places, they would be able to reunite in the shortest time possible. After all, the 3 of them together were the most powerful. Ling Xiao! I don't expect you to help us obtain the beast soul of the ox deity in the maze, but I hope that you will not hinder the others. Lin Quan knew Ling Yao's character well. He knew that he would not take the 8 Immortal Mountains seriously. After all, Ling Xiao had cut off all ties with them. The only reason he was still in the 8 Immortal Mountain was to obtain the right to enter the maze. Don't worry, Lin Quan. I don't have the time to deal with trash. You better hope that they don't come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, I will not be merciful, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. You! Lin Quan's face darkened. Actually, you don't have to worry. The beast soul of the ox deity will belong to me. Even if all the geniuses are killed, the 8 Immortal Mountain will still retain control of the 8 Immortal County. This way, there will be more and more geniuses. Ling Xiao laughed heartily and stepped into the unknown space with the other 2. A total of 45 participants stepped into the ox deity's maze, causing the originally bustling Sky Thunder Mountain range to suddenly become cold and cheerless. I will return to the 8 Immortals' palace first. Those who wish to return with me can follow me. As he spoke, the 13th prince released the flywheel ship in his hand. He then stepped into the ship and entered his room. At this time, in his room, in addition to the remaining attendant, there was also a warrior who was completely wrapped in black leather armor. His aura was non-existent. He stood there as if he did not exist. Enpa, I saved you. Do you still remember what you promised me? The 13th prince leaned back on the soft cushion, and the attendant beside him put grapes into his mouth. He asked calmly as he ate. Don't worry, Your Highness. In the past, I fused with the shadow Black Gourd, but Ling Xiao seized the place where I lived. If it weren't for His Highness saving me and granting me such a perfect earth demon body, I'm afraid I would have died without a burial place. Your Highness's business is my business. I am willing to serve you faithfully. And Pan knelt on one knee and said, if Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the artifact spirit that escaped from the shadow Black Gourd. He was none other than the ancestor of the Dark Ones. His strength might not be any weaker than the 13th prince's, and he was still recovering. Very good. This king knows that you have a grudge with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao is one of the talents that this king wants to recruit. For the time being, let's not touch him, all right? The 13th prince said again. I will obey Your Highness' orders. And Pan nodded and said, however, that Ling Xiao is not someone who is willing to be under others. Your Highness, you must think carefully. Relying on his master, he doesn't even care about the royal family of the Qin kingdom. This king naturally knows. If he is lucky enough to survive the Ox deity's labyrinth, then this king will naturally look for him. If this child is really like last time, then this king will naturally look for him. If the same thing happens again, then kill him for this king. The 13th prince said calmly. Thank you, Your Highness. And Pa said excitedly. Right now, the person he wanted to kill the most was Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who caused him to lose the shadow Black Gourd and almost cause his soul to dissipate. He would never forget this deep hatred. At this moment, many martial artists from the 3 major factions had gathered on the airship. However, no one dared to approach the 13th prince's room. The airship started moving toward the 8 Immortals County. In the room, Pa and the 13th prince were still discussing the Ox deity's maze. Your Highness, that Ox deity beast's soul is amazing. And Pa said, it's one of the 12 beast gods. Once you have it, your battle prowess will increase dramatically. Even if you can use it to its full potential, it will still be incredibly powerful. Are you really going to give it to those ants? And Pa couldn't help but ask. Do you really think that's possible? The 13th prince chuckled coldly. Right now, my brothers are fighting each other for the position of crown prince. That's especially true of second brother and 14th brother. One is adept at politics, and the other is incredibly strong. If I don't give myself a bit of leverage, how could I possibly beat them? Your Highness. And Pa said, you're saying that once those people get the Ox deity beast soul, you'll take it for yourself? And Pa finally understood what the 13th prince was thinking. Taking it for myself doesn't sound good, the 13th prince said. The best thing would be for them to offer it up. Actually, it's not just the Ox deity beast soul. I'm also interested in the legacy of Sage Emperor Heavenly Lightning. Although, compared to the Ox deity, he's not even on the same level. In the past, his cultivation base was only at the peak of the life-seizing level. However, there are some things in this guy's hands that I'm very interested in. At this point, the 13th prince chuckled coldly. I trust you, he continued, and that's why I'm telling you this. Sage Emperor Heavenly Lightning was originally a violet lightning bull, but after he took human form, he called himself the Sage Emperor. He was considered the most powerful entity under the 12 divine beasts. But the truth is, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. However, every single bone of this frog in the well had a large number of divine runes carved into it. There were 3 of them that I was very interested in. 3 divine characters? That's right. One of them is called the Lightning Spirit Text. It's used to store the power of the Violet Lightning Bull. If you can understand it, you'll be able to absorb 30 to 40% of its power. At the very least, you'll be able to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation base. At that point, not even my genius 14th brother will be able to compare to me. With that, the 13th prince seemed to be filled with excitement and anticipation. The second divine character is called the Lightning Spirit Shield. Anyone who can turn the Violet Lightning Bull into their martial soul will be able to learn it. Its defense is extremely strong, and it's already at the first level of the immortal rank. Immortal grade martial skills are different from gold grade and jade grade martial skills. Although the first level is the weakest among the immortal grade martial skills, it's still superior to the jade grade. The third divine character is even more shocking. It's actually the second level of the immortal rank, the Heavenly Lightning Guard. Heavenly Lightning Guard? What kind of martial skill is that? Enpa asked curiously. The 13th Prince chuckled. You're really curious, aren't you? Well, there's no harm in telling you. The prerequisite for the Heavenly Lightning Guard is that you have to have a top-level lightning battle body. Chapter 2536. The 13th Prince continued. The condensed lightning clones are the Heavenly Thunder Guards. Their appearance could be that of a purple lightning bull, or they could be that of the caster themselves. These clones will increase their combat power according to the caster's strength. When the caster's strength reaches a certain level, the number of Heavenly Thunder Guards will increase. The higher the level of mastery, the stronger the individual combat power. When it reaches the lesser mastery, it will only have 50% of the caster's strength. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 60%. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 70%. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 80%. When it reaches transcendent, it will have 90% of the caster's strength. Once the caster's soul power reaches a certain level, the Heavenly Thunder Guards will be able to unleash 100% of the caster's strength. Of course, the Heavenly Thunder Guards can't equip magic treasures and don't have the martial soul of the caster. So, compared to the caster's 100% strength, they are still a lot weaker. And there can only be one Heavenly Thunder Guard that can reach 100% of the caster's strength. Even so, if I get it, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I have heard of such secret techniques before, but there are not many who can cultivate it successfully. Unfortunately, the Ox God's maze has restrictions. Only those who are at first transformation yin-yang stage and below can enter. Otherwise, with your Highness's strength, you will be able to get these things easily after entering. Enpa sighed. Yes, but I believe that no one will dare to go against my will. Whether it is the Ox God's beast soul or the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor's inheritance, they are all mine. As he said this, Ling Zhao's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, his expression became ferocious. If that Ling Xiao dares to go against my will, I will have to kill him. What a coincidence! Ling Xiao did not expect this. Other than Lin Yuetian and Lin Ruoxian, he was teleported to the same place as the rest of the geniuses of the 8 Immortal Mountain. There was a thick fog here, and he could not see clearly. It was not wrong to call it a maze. As far as the eye could see, there were tall walls and deep passageways. It gave off a very strong sense of oppression. Not far away from here, there was a huge shadow of a human-shaped minotaur. They couldn't see his face clearly, but it gave everyone a fright. Big brother Ling Xiao, the situation is not good. We seem to be surrounded. Moon Death ran to Ling Xiao's side and looked worriedly at the guys who were eyeing them covetously. Although they were all disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, these fellows still hated Ling Xiao to the core. Ling Xiao, it seems like even the heavens want you dead. Jian Tianchen held the supreme black demon sword in his hand and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. No one knew that after Jian Kun died, he actually achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation due to his extreme anger. He had reached the early stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 6th level of hell. He had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting to fight Ling Xiao to the death. He had to avenge the Sword Clan. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to see his father in the underworld. There was no doubt that Jian Tianchen was the strongest among these people. The rest were either at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. The rest were at the advanced stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. However, some of them had the supreme treasures of their clans that could unleash the combat power of Yin-Yang Realm Level 6. There was more than one of them. There were 13 of the 15 people here. Only Moon Death was on Ling Zhao's side. The rest of the 11 were all enemies. The situation looked very dangerous. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with mockery. It sounds like you want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Tianchen and the rest with a smile and said, I don't know what you are thinking. However, I hope you haven't forgotten what I said earlier. In the Ox Deity Maze, I will kill anyone who attacks me. I will not show mercy. He believed that the upper echelons of the 8 Immortal Mountain must have discussed how to deal with Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. They wouldn't have dared to attack Ling Xiao outside. However, things were different in the Ox Deity Maze. If Ling Xiao died, even if the Divine Book came, it could be explained that he had been killed by the monsters in the Ox Deity Maze. They wouldn't be blamed for it. You don't have to be an alarmist. You are only relying on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Now that Lin Ruoxian is not here, Moon Death alone can't stop us. Moon Death, listen carefully. If you abandon the dark side and join the light side, you can still save your life. If you follow Ling Xiao to the end, you will definitely die. Jian Tianchen had finally unleashed his terrifying cultivation. This made the geniuses, who were still worried, calm down. What a joke! You want me to abandon Brother Ling Xiao? Dream on! Moon Death's attitude was very clear. Needless to say, she was well aware of how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. Even if she didn't know, she wouldn't abandon Ling Xiao just because she was afraid. This had happened before. Even when she was in a life-or-death situation, she didn't abandon Ling Xiao. Stubborn. Brother Tianchen, you stop Moon Death. The 10 of us will join forces to deal with Ling Xiao. We can definitely kill him. He is only relying on the immortal thunder. In order to kill Ling Xiao, the sect leader gave each of us a lightning trap talisman. It can last for half an hour. That's enough to kill Ling Xiao. Jian Lufeng thought that Ling Xiao's cultivation was still at the peak of level 5 of hell. He was only relying on the immortal thunder. Since the immortal thunder was no longer a threat, what were they afraid of? All right. Jian Tianchen nodded. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Just you wait. I'll kill the woman you care about the most and make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. You despicable dog from a remote town. Don't think about stepping on the heads of the 8 great families. We are nobles. You're just a despicable dog. That's right. This despicable dog. He's lucky to have met a good master. He doesn't care about the sect leader and the elders. Today, we must kill him so that we can comfort our departed spirits. With his shadow black gourd, Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle, and that Lin Ruoxian's snake hairstone shield, our 8 Immortal Mountain will definitely win. Jian Lufeng shouted excitedly. A bunch of idiots! Ling Xiao looked at these clowns indifferently. If he wanted to kill these 11 people, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Since they wanted to die, he would take the opportunity to snatch all their treasures. Once he gathered all 8 treasures, he would be able to rescue Sire Shui from the ghost prison's 5th level. Sire Shui helped him a lot last time. He hasn't forgotten. Chapter 2537. Moon Death, don't get involved in this battle. Just watch from the sidelines. Ling Xiao said to Moon Death with a smile. Then, he looked at the 11 people in front of him mockingly. Okay, Brother Ling Xiao, I'll help you and keep an eye on the surroundings. It was precisely because he understood Ling Xiao's strength that Yi Shang did not insist on making a move. Does this guy really want to die? Jian Lufeng furrowed his brows. He simply could not understand why Ling Xiao would think that he could deal with so many enemies under such circumstances. I don't care if he wants to die. In this case, I'll kill him myself. The rest of you, keep an eye on Moon Death. Don't let her do anything rash. Jian Tianchen was happy to see Ling Xiao's plan. In fact, he did not want to deal with Moon Death. What he wanted to do most was to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Only in this way could he feel the thrill of revenge. I have to be involved in Ling Xiao's death. And Ming stood out and said, This guy took away our dark tribe's dark shadow gourd. I have to get it back with my own hands. Okay, in this case, you can help from the sidelines. Jian Tianqian glanced at Ming. This woman was quite beautiful and powerful. She was a perfect match for Jian Tianqian. He had to leave a good impression on Ming. Thank you. Ming was very grateful that Jian Tianqian gave her this opportunity. Otherwise, who would she vent her anger on if Ling Xiao died? The supreme black demon sword in Jian Tianqian's hand was emitting a terrifying light. The quality of this sword was of the same level as the Black Fairy Sword. The full name of the Black Fairy Sword was also the Supreme Black Fairy Sword. In this case, these two swords should be a set of weapons. Ling Xiao was very interested in this sword. With the Black Demon Sword in his left hand and the Black Fairy Sword in his right hand, his strength would be greatly enhanced. 2 people? That's too little. If anyone wants to die, all of you can do it together. I'm not as shameless as you guys. If I say that I won't let Moon Death interfere, I definitely won't let her interfere. You guys can rest assured. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the crowd before him. He did not seem to care about Jian Tianqian and Ming. You're courting death. Since that's the case, I'll join in as well. Jian Lufeng stepped forward. And me? Hai Wuzuan also stood out. Of course not. Sha Feiyue and Sha Menglong also stood up. These people all had a deep grudge against Ling Xiao. As for the rest of the people, they didn't have any deep grudges against Ling Xiao. Therefore, they chose to wait and see. They only stared at Moon Death and didn't plan to make a move. All right, it's the 6 of you then. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, pulled out the white jade flying dragon sword, and faced the 6 enemies calmly. Bastard, are you looking down on us? Why aren't you using your black deity sword? Sha Feiyue said indignantly. She was wearing a golden Dharma artifact, the golden sand hand. Her golden sand hand was at the same level as the black demon sword and the black deity sword. Yet Ling Xiao dared to use the white jade flying dragon sword. It was clear that he didn't take them seriously. Hee, I don't need the black deity sword to deal with the 6 of you. If it were Lin Yuetian, Chen Beixian, or Xiaofeng Wanwei, I might use the black deity sword. Ling Xiao cracked a smile and said, Cut the crap. Don't you want to kill me? Hurry up, I have something important to do. If that's the case, let's not hold back. Use your most powerful attacks. Jian Tianqian wasn't going to talk about fairness with Ling Xiao. He was a little worried about Ling Xiao's black deity sword. However, since Chen Fan didn't use it, things were much easier. Very well! The other 5 didn't care about fairness or morality with Ling Xiao either. They just wanted Ling Xiao dead. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from regretting his decision, they were going to use their most powerful attacks to kill Ling Xiao. Jian Tianqian's sword martial spirit released a powerful sword intent. The black demon sword in his hand became more powerful. The surrounding air was constantly being torn apart, as if a piece of cloth was being torn apart. A terrifying demonic shadow formed behind him and then completely merged with the astonishing sword light. It pierced towards Ling Xiao. For a moment, the black wind rolled, shocking everyone. Demon sword martial art! Demon shadow of the heavenly sword! This terrifying move could only be unleashed with the black demon sword, or the black demon sword had to completely recognize its master. Jian Tianqian's move was so powerful that it was comparable to the full-force attack of a martial artist at the middle stage of level 6 of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. It was terrifying. Sha Feiyue was not as powerful as Jian Tianqian. Although she had the golden sand hand, her attack was only as powerful as an early-stage Yin-Yang transformation 6th level of Hell. Moreover, she hadn't comprehended the golden sand hand. She was still using the Black Sun Sand Hand of the Sand Clan. With the help of the Golden Sand Hand, her body turned into a black sandstorm. She pounced on Ling Xiao with a powerful aura. As for Jian Lufeng, and Ming, Hai Wuzuan, and Sha Menglong, they were using inferior top-tier jade-grade martial arts. Firmament Sword Print, Dark Shadow Strike, Dark Night Nameless, Black Sun Sword Technique. The 6 of them were all using their best moves. They were all using their full strength. They didn't want to hold back. They didn't dare to hold back. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao with one attack and let Ling Xiao react, they would be in trouble. However, facing the powerful attacks of the 6 people, Ling Xiao didn't even use his beast soul transformation. He didn't use his top-tier thunder body. At this moment, he was holding the white jade flying dragon sword and looking at his opponents indifferently. I don't even need to use inferior top-tier jade grade martial arts to deal with you guys. The first 2 moves of the dark shadow martial arts are enough. Sword Crying Mountain. Sword Rends the Underworld. When these 2 moves were executed by Ling Xiao, it caused the spectators at the side to be extremely shocked. They found that the power of the advanced jade-grade martial arts used by Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than the top-tier jade-grade martial arts used by the 6 people. For a moment, the Een Mountain was endless. Underworld Phantom. A black dragon was hovering in the sky. The 6 people fighting Ling Xiao all felt the terrifying pressure. Except for Jian Tianchen, the rest of them couldn't breathe. Terrifying, this guy's aptitude is too heaven-defying. Why do I feel that we've offended someone we shouldn't have? Luckily, I didn't make a move. The people standing at the side were all trembling with fear. Not to mention the people fighting Ling Xiao. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Go to hell, Ling Xiao! Jian Tianchen roared in anger. He didn't believe that the 6 of them and the 2 family treasures couldn't kill Ling Xiao. At this very moment, he had already lost the most basic ability to judge. In an instant, all the attacks of the 6 people were disintegrated. Chapter 2538. Jian Tianchen and the other 5 had a small but fatal sword wound on their throats. I told you, the 6 of you are not enough, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put away the white jade flying dragon sword and looked coldly at the 6 bodies that were already on the verge of collapse. Why? Why? I don't understand. Jian Tianchen's sword was stuck in the ground. His body was so weak that even moving was a problem. He could only mumble to himself, exhausting his remaining energy. And Ming looked at Ling Xiao, dumbfounded. Her eyes gradually lost their luster. She did not understand. Until she died, she did not understand how the lowly person she used to despise could have such terrifying strength. Jian Lufeng was also on his last breath. He was panicking and regretting. It all started with what he did to Ling Xiao's sister, Ling Jiaojiao. At that time, he was still a proud and powerful swordsman. In front of him, Ling Xiao was not even worth a fart. Could it be that he was really wrong? Hai Wuzuan, Xia Feiyue, and Xia Menglong all fell to the ground. At the moment when their consciousness was about to leave, they only felt regret and fear. They were going to die. Everything was over. Bang! Bang! Finally, all 6 of them fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Jian Tianchen was unwilling to accept his fate. He died with his eyes wide open. Ling Xiao once said that he would kill anyone who wanted to kill him. This was his most basic principle. Therefore, no matter how strong or weak the opponent was, he would not show mercy. He didn't have that much sympathy to use. In fact, he had given these people many chances. Even when he killed Jian Kuan, he did not affect Jian Tianchen and Jian Lufeng. However, these 2 people were courting death. How could he not send them on their way? Do the 5 of you still want to fight? Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 5 people. He did not mind letting these people live if he did not have a deep hatred for them. They hurriedly shook their heads. How could they dare to fight with Ling Xiao? Today's scene was really too shocking. Who would have thought that he, who had offended many people when he first joined the 8 Immortals Mountain, would still be alive today? Furthermore, he had such terrifying strength. This kind of genius was not someone they could afford to offend. This was a genius, but also a devil. Very good. Since you don't want to die, then hand over all your magic treasures, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Kan Yu of the Sky Clan was about to speak but was stopped by Toriyama Akira. At this time, it was more important to save his life. He could give up his Dharma treasures. Although Kan Yu was extremely unhappy, he still handed over the magic treasure. In front of them, Ling Xiao erased the spiritual sense on the magic treasures and stuffed them into his storage ring. At this point, all 8 treasures were in their hands. Other than Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle and Lin Ruoxian's snake hair shield, the rest were in Ling Xiao's hands. "Let's go, Moon Death!" Ling Xiao called out to Moon Death and left this place. Of the 15 geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain, 6 died in an instant, and all the magic treasures were taken away by Ling Xiao and the other 2. It could be said that at this time, the only one who could compete was Lin Yuetian. But then again, Ling Xiao would also compete for the divine ox beast soul. In this way, the 8 Immortals Mountain would still have the qualifications to rule the 8 Immortals City. However, the Sword Clan, Dark Clan, and Sand Clan were completely destroyed. After losing their top geniuses, it was really difficult to cultivate them again. As they watched Ling Xiao leave, the remaining 5 geniuses' eyes were filled with rage, but they were mostly filled with fear and uneasiness. "Brother Ling Xiao, it's not a problem to kill them. Anyway, it's normal to die in the Ox God Maze. But you took all the magic treasures of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Other than our Moon Clan, I'm afraid the other 8 clans will fight you to the death." On the way, Moon Death said worriedly. "What's there to be afraid of? In the 8 Immortals Mountain, I'm not afraid of anyone except Lin Quan. If I can get the divine ox beast soul, I'll be a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Who would dare to hurt me? Even without the protection of my master, they'll still have to be respectful to me," Ling Xiao said casually. "Brother Ling Xiao, you're so free and easy. I don't have that kind of free and easy heart." Moon Death was a little nervous just now. But after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she didn't care anymore. "Let's go and find Sister Ruoxian first. It won't be too late to search for the divine ox beast soul after the 3 of us meet up." Ling Xiao's plan was very clear. Anyway, the rule was 3 days. Within these 3 days, no one was allowed to leave early. Only on the 3rd day, 1 hour before the Ox God Maze closed, could they leave. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to compete for the divine ox beast soul. It was easier to let others help him find it. Now that the 3 of them were in one place, if they encountered a strong enemy, they would have a higher chance of survival. Although this place was indeed a maze, to Ling Xiao, a maze was actually nothing. Especially since he had a soul connection with Lin Ruoxian, it was easy to find him. "Not good, Sister Ruoxian seems to be in trouble. Moon Death, speed up!" Ling Xiao hugged Yushang by the waist and then suddenly used wolf traversal, traversing through the Ox God's maze at a terrifying speed. Along the way, they encountered many monsters, but Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He directly used his body to knock them away. In less than 5 minutes, he found Lin Ruoxian. At this time, Lin Ruoxian's injuries weren't too serious. It seemed like he didn't fight the enemy head-on, but chose to escape. "Sister Ruoxian, what happened?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly while treating Lin Ruoxian's injuries. "My luck wasn't too good. I met the Duke of Yu's residents and the Tianfeng group. They joined forces. It seems like they had already agreed on this outside. They will deal with the 8 Immortals Mountain together, and the 8 Immortals City will be ruled by the Duke of Yu's residents. As for the Ox God Beast Soul, it will belong to the Tianfeng group. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon will receive the inheritance of the Holy Emperor Tianlei," Lin Ruoxian explained. "What about Lin Yuetian? That guy didn't show up?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "No. After that guy entered the Ox Deity's maze, it was as if he suddenly disappeared." Lin Ruoxian shook his head. "Humph, what a cunning guy. Forget it, let's ignore him. What about the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's residents?" Ling Xiao snorted and asked. "I used the special effect of the snake hair petrification shield to avoid their pursuit. However, it seems like they don't want to let me go. Other than Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, Chen Bei Xian, and Qin Xian Feng, the rest are looking for me," Lin Ruoxian replied. "Other than the 3 of them, the rest are all trash, not worth mentioning." "Where did the 3 of them go?" "They are heading for the location of the Ox God Beast Soul. I don't think we can make it in time." The three of them seemed to have gotten the news beforehand and knew where the ox god beast's soul was. Chapter 2539. Brother Ling Xiao, let's go and fight for the beast soul of the ox god, Moon Death said eagerly. No, even if they're working together now, human greed can make this kind of alliance fragile. Plus, whoever gets the beast soul of the ox god first won't win. Don't forget that the rule is to have the beast soul of the ox god within 3 days. We just have to take it from them. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, let's go and find the inheritance of the Tianlai sacred emperor while they're fighting for the beast soul of the ox god. That makes sense. The fight for the beast soul of the ox god is too intense. The three of us together might not be a match for Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanwei. Why don't we get the inheritance of the Tianlai sacred emperor first? Ling Xiao, do you know where the inheritance of the Tianlai sacred emperor is? Lin Ruoxian agreed with Ling Xiao, but the inheritance of the Tianlai sacred emperor seemed to be even more elusive than the beast soul of the ox god. After all, the beast soul of the ox god could be found as long as they could pass through the maze. However, the Tianlai sacred emperor was sealed somewhere in the maze. It wasn't easy to find it. Follow me! Ling Xiao certainly knew where the Tianlai sacred emperor was sealed. Although he didn't have a map, he knew where the thunder energy was the strongest. That was where the Tianlai sacred emperor was sealed. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death certainly didn't suspect that Ling Xiao was leading the way. They followed closely behind. About 20 minutes later, after taking a few turns, they broke through a few strange barriers of array formations. Ling Xiao finally stopped. At that moment, astonishment appeared in the eyes of the three men. The scene in front of them had completely changed. The dark and damp maze had turned into a giant forest. The spirit chi in the forest was even more abundant than on the 5th level of the ghost prison. They could feel their power increasing just by taking a breath. This made the three of them extremely shocked. However, that was not all. In this forest filled with spiritual energy, there were actually a large number of fruit trees. If they were just ordinary fruit trees, they wouldn't be so surprised. The problem was that these fruit trees were actually the legendary mystical fruit trees. In other words, the fruits they grew naturally had the effect of a mysterious great pill. If a martial artist ate it, it would naturally be of great benefit to their cultivation. How can there be so many mysterious fruit trees? If the people outside knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy, Lin Ruoxian said in surprise. That's right. I heard from my father that a mysterious fruit tree is enough to turn the members of the royal family against each other. It is impossible for a sect like ours to obtain such a thing. But now, how many trees were there? There should be at least 1,000 of them. Moon Death was also trembling with excitement. Originally, she thought that following Ling Xiao would definitely bring about good things, but she didn't expect it to be such a good thing. There's no need to be so excited. It's just some low-grade and mid-grade profound-grade fruit trees. I can still refine pills of this grade. Don't be in a hurry to pick them. Let's walk a little further. To be honest, very few people could resist such a huge temptation. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in it. He only transplanted a large number of mid-grade profound-grade fruit trees into the mountain river world. Although he didn't need these things, the Heavenly Empire did. With these trees, they could produce a large number of mid-grade profound-grade spirit fruits. With these fruits as materials, it was possible to refine high-grade profound-grade pills. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death swallowed their saliva, surprised that Ling Xiao's storage ring was so huge. In fact, how could a storage ring store these things? The trees could only be stored in a ring called the spiritual plant ring. This spiritual plant ring was similar to the beast ring. They were both special storage rings that could ensure that plants and beasts would not die. However, Ling Xiao had the mountain river world, so there was no need for such a thing. Even the storage ring on his hand was just a cover, to prevent others from knowing the secret of his mountain river world. The three of them continued to walk forward for a while, when a towering tree suddenly came into view. This is a high-grade profound-grade spirit tree. Lin Ruoxian shouted excitedly. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Looking at the densely packed red fruits on the towering tree, he was extremely excited. This is a blood spirit fruit tree. Although the name sounds scary, it's actually a very good thing. Not only can the blood spirit fruit heal injuries, it can also increase the strength of the body. This is a high-grade profound grade spirit fruit. One fruit is worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. There are at least 1,000 fruits on this tree, so it's worth more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Hearing Ling Xiao's analysis, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were even more shocked, and even a little overjoyed. Big brother Ling Xiao, congratulations. You need this the most when refining pills. With the blood spirit fruit, you can refine a high-grade profound grade blood spirit pill, right? Moon Death said excitedly. That's right. A high-grade profound grade blood spirit pill can be said to be an immortal medicine at this stage. An injury caused by a yin-yang realm warrior can be healed within a minute by eating a blood spirit pill. The effect is terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded. Isn't that invincible? Moon Death said in surprise. It's not invincible. Although the blood spirit pill is effective, its effect will decrease if too many are used in a short period of time. Moreover, it's not easy to refine this thing. By the way, let's not talk about this. Put some blood spirit fruits in each of your storage rings. Although the effect of the blood spirit fruit is not as good as the blood spirit pill, it's a good thing to save your life in this ox deity's maze. Ling Xiao said. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death did not hesitate, nor did they refuse. They knew very well that Ling Xiao planned to take this tree away. The two of them each took 100 blood spirit fruits and ate one on the spot. After eating it, their injuries were healed. Even the exhaustion from the journey and battle was completely gone. Especially Lin Ruoxian. She had been injured before, but now she felt completely fine. Ling Xiao smiled and put the blood spirit fruit tree into the mountain river world. It seemed that he was quite lucky in this trip to the ox deity's maze. The three of them continued forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, another giant tree appeared in front of them. This was also a high-grade profound grade spirit tree, the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree. This tree was slightly inferior to the blood spirit fruit tree from before, but it was excellent for Ling Xiao. This was because the Thunder Fire Mang's greatest effect was to increase the inner strength of lightning-attributed warriors and help them temper their combat body. Ling Xiao felt that the rumored peak-grade combat body was not the highest. Although it was called a peak-grade combat body, perhaps some warriors were limited by their strength, so they named it that way. He wanted to know what other changes there would be after the peak-grade lightning combat body. Chapter 2540. My luck is not bad. Collect! Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the Thunder Fire Mango tree was uprooted from the thick soil. Then, a huge black hole appeared behind him. The fruit tree slowly moved into it. However, at this moment, a loud shout was heard. How dare you, thief! Stop! The voice was still very far away, but it was very loud. Ling Xiao could see that there were two figures rushing over from afar. Their speed was extremely fast, and their strength was also extremely strong. They were both at the peak of the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. However, they were definitely not contestants. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stop what he was doing just because of a roar. This Thunder Fire Mango tree was extremely helpful to him. Not only could it increase his lightning power, but it could also increase his lava power. Perhaps his lava battle body would also be improved because of this. How could he give up? Before the other party arrived, he forcefully sent the Thunder Fire Mango tree into the mountain river world. When the towering tree entered the mountain river world, not only would its growth not slow down, but it would also increase by 100 times due to the special effects of the mountain river world. This could provide Ling Xiao with a large amount of alchemy materials. In addition, the Thunder Fire Mango and Blood Spirit fruit tasted extremely good. The former was sweet and sour, but it wasn't cloying. The latter was even more fragrant and sweet. It could also be used as a snack to fill his empty stomach. Good boy, you're courting death. Seeing that Ling Xiao kept shouting, the people who came were furious. They actually attacked at the same time, attacking Ling Xiao at lightning speed. Although they didn't greet each other. Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and Ling Xiao had a rare tacit understanding. Ling Xiao punched out and blocked one of the attacks. However, because he was in a hurry, he was blasted back dozens of steps and broke many trees. Moon Death and Lin Ruoxian joined forces to block the other person's attack. Relying on Dharma treasures, although their cultivation wasn't as high as the other parties, they weren't too miserable. Although they were pushed back hundreds of steps, at least they weren't seriously injured. The two people who launched the surprise attack didn't seem to have expected that their attack wouldn't be able to kill the audacious fellow. Therefore, he actually stopped his attack and looked a little surprised. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally got a good look at their faces. No, he really couldn't be considered a human. One of them was incomparably tall, at least 4 to 5 meters tall. There were 9 snake heads on his back, flicking their tongues. It was incomparably terrifying. Other than his face, his entire body was wrapped in snake scales. One look and one could tell that he was a ferocious character. The other one was a woman. It was also in human form, but there was a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead. On its back was a pair of wings that emitted gentle moonlight. In his hand was a crescent-shaped shovel. He was riding on a white demonic tiger. This demonic tiger's strength was actually at the early stage of the 1-star yin-yang realm level 6 of hell. Sure enough, nothing in this world is cheap. Ling Xiao frowned. These two fellows, together with that white tiger, were not to be trifled with. If one of them came, he could still deal with it. But if 2 came, it would be a headache. 3 was even more troublesome. This was probably even more troublesome than Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanwei. You two be careful. Don't fight head-on. Just stall for time. Once the battle starts, I'll kill one of them as soon as possible and then go help you. Although it was troublesome, Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would give up easily. He couldn't return the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree or the Blood Spirit fruit tree. So, this battle was unavoidable. Fortunately, he wasn't weak and was stronger. He wasn't a fish on the chopping board. If he really couldn't, he could use the power of the butterfly. Of course, there was no need for that at the moment. True battles were the only way to increase one's strength. This was Ling Zhao's usual style. He didn't like to ask the butterfly for help when he encountered a little trouble. It was a bit embarrassing. You two, we have no grudges. Don't you think it's a bit too abrupt to suddenly attack? Of course, if he didn't have to fight, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time here. He could feel that the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor was not far away. The guy with 9 snake heads behind his back said arrogantly, "Ants, put down the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree and the Blood Spirit fruit tree. We can let you go, otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. I'm more than willing to trample you ants to death." "Why?" Ling Xiao asked. "Because we are General 9 Snake and General Ling Yu under the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. These things all belong to the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor," General 9 Snake said coldly. "Funny. Even the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor was trapped in the maze of the Ox God. These things should belong to the Ox God. What does it have to do with him?" Ling Xiao sneered. "So, you're not going to hand them over?" General 9 Snake's face darkened. "So what if I don't hand them over? Unless the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor comes back to life, otherwise, I'm not afraid of you too," Ling Xiao said with disdain. "Humph, although our strength hasn't recovered to its peak, which is the peak of the 18th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang state. But it's more than enough to deal with you 3 ants. If you don't want to die, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets." General 9 Snake snorted. "9 Snake, don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them. We can use their qi and blood to recover our cultivation," General Ling Yu suddenly said. "Okay." General 9 Snake stopped talking nonsense with Ling Xiao and looked at General Ling Yu. "Leave this kid to me. Is it okay to leave the 2 women to you?" General Ling Yu chuckled. Piece of cake. But you be careful. That kid is a bit strange. Although he's not as good as you, don't fail miserably. What a joke. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. General Nine Snake suddenly bent his legs. Whoosh! His body suddenly disappeared. If one didn't have dynamic vision, they wouldn't have been able to see him clearly. Both of you, remember what I said. Stall for time. After saying that, Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time and directly pulled out the Black Deity sword. He could feel that the strength of this General Nine Snake in front of him was not inferior to Qinbei Xian and Lin Yuetian. It was worth it for him to use the Black Deity sword. On the other side, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were also fighting with General Ling Yu. Although their cultivation wasn't as good as the other party, they cooperated well and had 2 Dharma treasures to play tricks on others. For a moment, they were not at a disadvantage. Kid, you're still far from being able to do that. Just surrender. One of the snake heads bit Ling Zhao's Black Deity sword. General Nine Snake showed a contemptuous expression. It wasn't a deliberate act. It was more like the contempt of a god for mortals. It wasn't strange. He used to be the subordinate of the Divine Thunder Emperor and had reached the 18th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang state. Why would he care about an ant like Ling Xiao? Chapter 2541. Kid, you'd better surrender, or you'll die a horrible death. The General of Nine Snake never looked at Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao was really a lowly ant that was not worthy of his attention. Haha, maybe you've been here for too long and have become a frog at the bottom of the well. Ling Xiao sneered. He suddenly twisted the Black Deity sword, and the terrifying sword chi broke the 2 poisonous fangs of the tongue. Then he stepped back and readied himself for another attack. Ever since he reached the mid-stage of the 6th level of hell, he had not fought with a martial artist at the peak of this level. This was the first time. The General of Nine Snake was even weaker than Qinbei Xian. If he couldn't even kill this guy, then he wouldn't be able to fight Qinbei Xian. You ungrateful thing! Since you're so stubborn, then I'll kill you! The General of Nine Snakes' pupils suddenly turned into a weird flat shape like a snake's and emitted a poisonous gas. In that instant, it was as if he had transformed from a humanoid being into a terrifying evil spirit that wanted to take his life. Black striped flying tiger beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when dealing with this monster. He entered the transformation state, and a pair of black striped wings appeared on his back. His entire body became extremely ferocious. Oh? A beast soul martial artist? Looks like you're related to the 12 beast gods. Never mind, Ox God trapped us here and made it impossible for us to escape. Today, I'll kill you to vent my anger. The General of Nine Snake knew that he would never be a match for Ox God, so he could only vent his anger on a beast warrior like Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao initiated the attack. His body disappeared instantly. He used the 1,000-mile wolf, lone wolf walk. Although the black striped flying tiger beast soul transformation was not as useful as the black wolf general beast soul transformation, but it was definitely more powerful than the average movement technique. Child's play! The General of Nine Snakes sneered and suddenly attacked a certain spot with his 2 snake heads. And that spot happened to be where Ling Xiao appeared. What powerful observation skills! Looks like I've met my match this time. Twin Wolf Gang! Ling Xiao was shocked, but his feet did not slow down. He used the Twin Wolf Association to avoid the attacks of the 2 snake heads. Rumble! The 2 snake heads spat out a large amount of poisonous mist. In an instant, the trees in the area withered and died. This time, it was Nine Snake's turn to be surprised. His attack was sudden. He thought that even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would at least be injured. But he didn't expect his opponent to dodge his attack. It was really unexpected. He had 9 snake heads and 1 human head. The 9 snake heads could greatly enhance his perception, which was why Ling Xiao couldn't avoid his eyes and ears when he used Lone Wolf. In his eyes, Ling Zhao's movement technique was a joke. General Nine Snake, After all this time, you can't even kill a little ghost. These two women are weak, but the magic treasures in their hands are very troublesome. I'm afraid I can't deal with them alone." Although Cold Moon's cultivation was strong, she didn't have any magic treasures. That was her huge disadvantage. Lin Ruoxian's snake hair petrification shield could petrify. Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle could control the opponent's soul. Both magic treasures were extremely dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they could be unlucky. Cold Moon felt that it was very troublesome. Although she wasn't at a disadvantage yet, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't lose after a long time. Therefore, she hoped that Nine Snake could help her. Nine Snake's strength was originally stronger than hers. "Don't worry, Sister Cold Moon. I can kill him in 3 moves at most." Nine Snake also noticed the battle situation over there, and knew that he couldn't continue playing. His crazy eyes finally locked onto Ling Xiao. This was the first time he looked at Ling Xiao, but there was a terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. "Brother Ling Xiao, be careful." Moon Death couldn't help but remind him. Up until now, she could also feel that although Nine Snake's cultivation was the same as Cold Moon's, his strength was much stronger. Ling Xiao's side was actually more troublesome. "Don't worry about me. Just be careful of your enemies," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "If you can't win, I'll let you escape together." He definitely had to defeat this Nine Snake general. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. And he was also very confident. One had to know that he had obtained so many magic treasures from the 8 Immortal Mountain before, and he could use them all now. If he really used them, Nine Snake General would probably have a headache. But there was no need for that at the moment. The other party said that he could kill him in 3 moves. He wanted to see if he could use Nine Snake General's powerful attack power to continue to break through his cultivation. The potential in his body had been accumulating. The energy that he couldn't digest after his usual cultivation had been fused into his cells and slept, waiting for the right time to recover. And this time was naturally when Ling Xiao's body reached the requirements for a breakthrough. Even if his previous potential was used up, after he entered the world of reincarnation, he continued to replenish his body's potential. All kinds of pills, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as energy absorbed from the outside world, many of which couldn't be digested in a short period of time, were stored in. Who knew how many people envied his ability? Unfortunately, in the current mystic world, only he could do this. This was also the key reason why he didn't need to cultivate in seclusion, and could rely on external stimulation to continue to break through. Therefore, at this stage, he still needed a powerful force to stimulate the potential in his body. Nine Snake General was a very good opponent. It wasn't easy to meet him, and defeating him was even more difficult. He naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. "Kid, I advise you not to waste your efforts. It's meaningless to try and stop a chariot. You only have a dead end." Nine Snake General didn't intend to know what Ling Xiao was thinking. It was just like how humans didn't care what ants thought. No matter how strong an ant was still an ant. How could it compare to an elephant? "Be careful of the wind, you might sprain your tongue," Ling Xiao sneered, and the black immortal sword began to flicker with traces of electric light. He could feel that his opponent had become stronger, so he also activated his top-notch lightning battle physique. One could look down on the enemy strategically, but one must never underestimate the enemy in battle. "Ha ha ha, humans are sharp-tongued. But soon you will know that what I said is the truth. Take my first move." Nine Snake General laughed, and then suddenly made a move. The dense poisonous gas on his body became even more ferocious. The 9 snake heads on his back suddenly stretched out, and their necks elongated like real snakes, attacking Ling Xiao. Eastern Purple Chi's sword, 1 sword to the west. Ling Xiao pondered the power of this attack, and then stabbed out with the black immortal sword. Purple Chi lingered. Chapter 2542. After the first strike, Ling Xiao followed up with another strike. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, first strike of destruction. 2 consecutive strikes could greatly increase the power of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. The power of destruction fused into the huge purple-black flying tiger's body. It actually knocked away the 9 snakes and pounced on the 9-snake general. However, at this moment, the 9-snake general was completely dismissive of Ling Xiao's fierce attack. He did not even move. When the terrifying purple-black flying tiger arrived in front of the 9-snake general, its body trembled and fell to the ground. Then, it turned into nothingness. So powerful? This poisonous fog can even poison one's inner strength? The shock in Ling Xiao's heart was too great. Ever since he came to the Black Tortoise continent, this was the first time he was so surprised. One must know that the purple-black flying tiger was a form formed by energy. It was not a real animal. It was actually poisoned by the poisonous fog. It was enough to show that the poisonous fog also affected internal energy. However, after a moment of surprise, Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. The next scene shocked the 9-snake general. The black striped flying tiger that had collapsed turned into specks of sword light. There was a terrifying destructive sword intent in it. This sword intent did not disappear because of the purple-black flying tiger's death. Instead, it caused the scattered sword chi to hurt the 9-snake general again. Damn it! The 9-snake general never dreamed that Ling Xiao would be so difficult to deal with. However, the injury this time was not serious. But it completely aroused his ferocious nature. 10,000 snakes! He roared angrily. A huge snake hole appeared behind him. From the snake hole, tens of thousands of ferocious poisonous snakes darted out and completely sealed the space where Ling Xiao was. Him doing this was naturally to block Ling Xiao's path of retreat. He wanted to kill this person. He must not give this person a chance to escape. Shadow martial art, sword crying mountain. Ling Xiao naturally did not dare to be careless. The black immortal sword in his hand bloomed with a resplendent sword light. It turned into a sharp howl, madly destroying the terrifying poisonous snakes that surrounded him. Kacha kacha! Clang 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 clang. The bodies of these poisonous snakes were actually covered in thick scales. Even with the increased offensive power of the black immortal sword, it was only able to eliminate a few dozen of them. After that, it no longer had any effect. Humph, if that's the case, then I'll add in the power of lightning. The sound of swords reverberated through the mountains as thunder descended from the heavens. Explode! Explode! Since an ordinary sword cry wouldn't work, Ling Xiao merged it with the power of thunder and lightning. Then, the crazy roar turned into thunder and lightning, turning the space into a world of thunder and lightning. The thunderbolts fell like a torrential downpour, incomparably ferocious. In an instant, the venomous snakes that had fused with the 9-snake general's internal energy were shattered, charred, and destroyed. In the end, it completely collapsed. What? I didn't expect you to have cultivated a top-notch lightning battle physique. No wonder you weren't willing to hand over the Thunderfire Mango. It seems like you know that with the Thunderfire Mango, the top-tier lightning battle physique will evolve into the low-tier violent lightning battle physique. That was a terrifying battle constitution that was equivalent to a defensive martial art of the first heaven of the immortal grade. How can this general let you have your way? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. From the 9-snake general's mouth, Ling Xiao heard a very important piece of information. This top-notch lightning battle physique could still continue to be improved, but it would become the violent lightning battle physique, starting from the low tier. But the power would be even stronger. This shouldn't be a trap. After all, there was no harm in eating too many Thunderfire mangoes. He would definitely give it a try. He just didn't know how many Thunderfire mangoes he would need, or if he needed anything else. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about the 9-snake general's words, the 9-snake general attacked again. Raging Dragon Fist! He clasped his fists together, and like a huge water tank, he ruthlessly smashed towards Ling Xiao's location. He had to kill Ling Xiao. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao cultivate the low-tier violent lightning battle physique. Because once that happened, Even he wouldn't be this kid's opponent. When this punch was thrown, there was actually the terrifying hiss of a venomous snake in the air. When this sound rang out, it would cause one's chi and blood to churn and their soul to become chaotic. Not to mention attacking, one wouldn't even be able to concentrate, causing the spiritual sea to become a mess. If it was a martial artist whose soul force wasn't strong enough or whose willpower wasn't firm enough, they would probably have to run away. But Ling Xiao was naturally different. His soul force was his advantage, and his battle intent was incomparably strong. How could he be suppressed by his opponent? Shadow martial art, sword rends the underworld. Fused with the power of thunder and lightning, lightning springs. Although it was also a top-notch jade-grade martial art, the lethality of sword rends the underworld was much greater than sword cry of the Yin Mountain. Ling Xiao condensed his yin and yang energy into the black immortal sword in his hand, and then released the sword move that he was proud of. The terrifying lightning turned into the underworld spring and spewed out from the ground. Countless sword chi attacked the Nine Snake General. Boom! A terrifying chi force exploded in the air. The large group of venomous snakes that sealed this space instantly broke apart inch by inch, and then turned into a rain of blood, dripping down unceasingly. This time, not only did Ling Xiao break the Nine Snake General's attack, but he also broke the snake cage that the Nine Snake General tried to block his escape route. The effect of sword rends the underworld fused with the power of thunder and lightning was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had already condensed the top-notch lightning battle body. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win today's battle. Of course, the premise was that he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. 3 moves have passed. It seems like your words have not come true. I only know how to boast, Nine Snake General. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword and looked coldly at the Nine Snake General. He smiled and said, Seems like you're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Presumptuous. I must kill you. Although 3 moves had passed, the Nine Snake General didn't care about what he said before. This kind of person was extremely shameless. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. There was no other thought. Great snake descends from the heavens, exterminate! The Nine Snake General's eyes were gloomy and cold. He used his most prized killing move. In his opinion, after this move, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Because this great snake descends from the heavens was his most powerful attack before he transformed. It was 10 times stronger than the previous 3 moves. The reason why he didn't use it before was because he felt that it wasn't necessary. But at this moment, it was time to use it. Otherwise he, the Nine Snake General, would probably lose his integrity. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the sky. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, who were fighting with Ling Yu General, felt a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even Ling Yu General couldn't help but frown. It can't be. The Nine Snake General even used Great Snake descends from the heavens in order to deal with that kid? Ling Yu General originally planned to wait for the Nine Snake General to kill Ling Xiao before coming over to help. But now, it seemed that the kid was really difficult to deal with. What a powerful move! But I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao laughed, and the yin-yang yuan force burst out from his body. The luster of the black immortal sword in his hand became even more dazzling, as if there were streams of immortal chi seeping out from it. A terrifying slaughter sword intent gushed out. Chapter 2543. Massacre sword intent gushed out from the black immortal sword, causing the Nine Snake General to feel a trace of fear. Although the fear was very faint, it was not easy to make him feel fear. Shadow martial art, jade grade martial skill, dark slash. This was currently Ling Xiao's strongest move other than the thunder burst art. Combined with the black immortal sword, its power was only slightly weaker than the thunder burst art. The terrifying black immortal sword tore through the air, as if the underworld was torn open, and a brutal death aura began to spread. The Nine Snake General's brows furrowed even tighter. Bang! The huge snake that was dozens of meters long collided with Ling Xiao's black immortal sword. The two terrifying forces condensed into a huge ball of light in the middle. Then, it suddenly exploded. Jade grade martial skill! How is this possible? You're still young. How can you cultivate such a terrifying martial skill? Amidst the exclamations, the Nine-Snake General was sent flying a few hundred meters away, crashing into a huge cliff. Ling Xiao did not have it easy either. After being hit by the huge snake, he was also sent flying a few dozen meters away before he could stabilize himself. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he became even more excited. Because he could feel that under the pressure of the opponent's terrifying power, the potential in his body erupted once again. At this moment, the energy in the middle stage of the 6th floor of Hell had reached 30%. If this continued, he believed that he would be able to advance to the later stage soon. Once his cultivation advanced again, this Nine-Snake General would not be a problem at all. Ling Xiao did not plan to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit for the time being. Because once it was used, it would be bullying. With the terrifying pressure, the opponent would not be able to display his full strength. Even if he won, the benefits would not be much. Unless he was determined to kill the opponent, he would not use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit for the time being. Ah! An angry roar came from the cliff. However, what came out from inside was not a Nine-Snake General, but a ferocious beast. Nine-headed snake. The nine-headed snake was a legendary monster. It was born with terrifying combat power. It seemed that in order to defeat Ling Xiao, the nine-headed snake general did not hesitate to revert to his original form. After all, in this state, his combat power would be stronger. Roar! Brat, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I have underestimated you. A terrifying roar rang out. It was the same voice that came from the 9 snake heads. His voice was hoarse and low, but it was especially majestic. Don't you think it's a little late to find out now? Ling Xiao looked at 9 snake general indifferently. Although the Hydra's combat power was stronger, it couldn't perform many moves in its human form. This was something that Ling Xiao had experience with. Therefore, although he was very concerned about this monster in front of him, he was not afraid of it. As his life martial soul continued to recover, he didn't even waste the blood spirit fruit. His injuries were gradually healed. His injuries were not serious anyway, so there was really no need to waste the blood spirit fruit. Why do I feel like your aura has become stronger? 9 snake general was stunned. Wild Beast had stronger senses. He could feel that Ling Xiao's aura had become stronger, and it had increased by nearly 3 times. He could understand why Ling Xiao could recover from his injuries. After all, Ling Xiao had the blood spirit fruit. But what was with the increase in strength? This was too unreasonable, wasn't it? In this world, nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I can only say, thank you for fighting with me. My improvement came from your attack. Boolsh asterisk T. 9 snake general scolded. Cunning human, I don't believe a word you say. I don't believe it. I'm afraid it's not that you don't believe it, but that you don't dare to believe it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you continue to fight, and you'll definitely die, or you become my servant and help me fight in the Ox Deity Maze. I'll let you live. You're courting death. How could 9 snake general be a servant of a human? This was simply a challenge to his dignity. 9 snake, what's wrong with you? Aren't you usually good at fighting? Now you can't even deal with a kid after half a day. Why are you still talking nonsense? Cold Moon General's voice sounded again. This was because she found a problem. Unbeknownst to her, the treasures in the hands of the 2 girls had increased again. Other than the 2 treasures that were difficult to deal with, the other treasures were equally difficult to deal with. Although it seemed that the 2 girls were not as skilled as the other 2 treasures, her disadvantage was gradually revealed. Of course, she did not know that those treasures were temporarily lent to Moon Death and Lin Ruoxian by Ling Xiao. After all, the Ox Deity Maze was extremely dangerous. He did not need so many treasures, but Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death definitely needed them. Cold Moon, don't say any more. This kid is difficult to deal with. But don't worry, this time, I'll finish the battle quickly. Nine Snake General was also very anxious. He looked at Ling Xiao and his voice became cold. Kid, it's an honor for you to die under my real body. I wanted to play with you for a while, but now, I don't have the patience to be entangled with trash like you. Then let's fight it out. Ling Xiao did not want to delay any longer. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. Other warriors might have noticed it. If others took advantage of him, he would regret it to death. Therefore, he could announce the end of this battle. All right. Nine Snake General's huge body suddenly swayed. From the 9 heads, different poisons spewed out. Some could melt people in an instant. Some could make people faint in an instant. Some could make people unable to breathe. In short, 9 heads, 9 poisons. There would always be one that could kill the enemy. Such an attack was simply impossible to guard against. Facing such a terrifying attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He finally pulled out the Black Demon Sword. The Black Demon Sword in his left hand and the Black Immortal Sword in his right. With 2 swords in hand, his combat strength soared again. Another divine grade spirit weapon? Nine Snake General was shocked by the number of treasures Ling Xiao and the others had. However, this made him somewhat happy. The more treasures the other party had, the more he would obtain after this battle. Die, kid! Finally, the 9 heads spewed out 9 balls of venom. All of them blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also ready to counterattack. He stabbed the 2 swords into the ground. His hands formed a seal. Lava storm! The terrifying lava storm spread out. It temporarily blocked the venom that filled the sky. However, Ling Xiao was also very clear that the lava storm was only an upper-tier jade-grade secret technique. It was impossible to completely block the other party's venom. However, even a moment was an opportunity for him. Berserk Thunder Technique! The seal on his hands appeared again. This time, coupled with the top-tier thunder and lightning body, the Berserk Thunder Technique was comparable to a top-tier jade-grade secret technique. The 9 balls of venom had just penetrated the lava storm when they were completely dispersed by the Berserk Thunder Technique, and evaporated. Chapter 2544. The Berserk Thunder art had already depleted its power, so it couldn't stop the enemy. But Ling Xiao was fearless. Because he was carrying out his plan. He used the Black Demon Sword in his left hand and the Black Immortal Sword in his right hand at the same time. Slay Xian Ming, Lightning Flash. This was Slay Xian Ming infused with the power of lightning. Together with the Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword, it was even more powerful than the Berserk Thunder art. Kill! With 2 swords in hand, Ling Xiao didn't advance. Instead, he retreated and pounced on the 9 heads. Roar! A miserable roar sounded. A huge head fell to the ground. But things weren't over yet. Terrifying lightning continued to surge out, turning into streaks of lightning sword chi that continued to attack the remaining heads. The 9 Snake General finally felt real fear. Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the 6th level of hell. How could he be so powerful? Not only did he have a top-tier lightning combat body, but he also had a top-tier lightning combat body. Not only did he have a top-tier jade martial skill, but he also had a top-tier jade martial skill and secret technique. Who the hell was this guy? But it was already too late to realize that he wasn't a match for him. Ling Zhao's sword intent engulfed the entire 9 Snake General and killed him. A few divine runes flew out from the 9 Snake General's body. Ling Xiao could clearly see that they were the divine runes that contained the 9 Snake General's inheritance. He thought for a moment, then shouted at Lin Ruoxian. Sister Ruoxian, catch it! Lin Ruoxian didn't know what Ling Xiao wanted her to catch, but she still stopped attacking and went over. Several divine runes entered her body, which made her overjoyed. The 9 Snake General and her martial soul came from the same source. This inheritance was just right for her. After passing the divine runes to Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao stored the 9 snake general's remaining body into the mountain river world. If the 9 snake general turned into a beast soul, it would be very suitable for a snake god position beast soul. The cold moon general was already seriously injured. Seeing that the 9 snake general was killed by Ling Xiao, she turned pale with fright and wanted to escape. However, how could Ling Xiao allow her to escape like this? He immediately used the thousandly wolf travel and caught up to the cold moon general in an instant. Then, he pierced his throat with his sword. Ling Yu would be killed. Several divine runes also flew out of his body, and Ling Xiao gave them to Moon Death. These were all things that he had carefully considered. In the Ox Deity Maze, other than the Ox Deity Beast Soul and the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Thunder, the strongest inheritances were General 9 Snake and General Cold Moon. He gave these 2 inheritances to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death respectively. This way, at least one of them could follow him to the Qin Kingdom's capital, the Arcana Academy. Moreover, the person who obtained the inheritance would definitely become stronger. This would naturally be more advantageous for the next operation. Let's go. Next is the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. After successfully defeating 9 Snake General, Ling Zhao's strength had increased to a certain extent. Although he had not broken through, his strength had increased from 30% to 60%. As long as there was progress, he would be happy. Next, he had to get the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. As for the other matters, he would deal with them later. However, to Ling Zhao's surprise, when he arrived at the location of the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor, he saw Qin Beixian and the Heavenly Wind group standing outside the strange entrance. Together with Xiaofeng Wanwei and the Duke of Yu's residence. Lin Yuetian's whereabouts were still unknown. Qin Beixian had no idea where this kid was hiding. He probably knew that the Heavenly Wind group had joined forces with the Duke of Yu's residence, so he cleverly chose to avoid them. Perhaps he was scheming something in the dark. Although Qin Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanwei had arrived at the entrance of the Inheritance Cave, they could not enter. This was because there was no one among the geniuses in the 2 sects who knew about array formations. Ling Xiao sneered. It seemed that he had learned array formations before. Otherwise, the feeling of not being able to get the treasure in front of him would be unbearable. Did they already get the Ox Deity Beast Soul? Moon Death couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid so. Ling Xiao nodded and said, if they didn't get the Ox Deity Beast Soul, they wouldn't have come here. However, they probably didn't go the same way as us, so they didn't encounter General 9 Snake and General Ling Yu. Humph, we fought so hard, and they took advantage of us. Lin Ruoxian snorted. That's not it. If we didn't encounter General 9 Snake and General Ling Yu, you wouldn't have gotten their inheritance, and I wouldn't have become stronger. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said, since they can't open the cave now, let's just go and cultivate. You guys get the 2 inheritances, and I'll improve my cultivation. He knew that if he appeared now, he would definitely be attacked by the Heavenly Wind group and the Duke of Yu's residence. With their current strength, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. It would definitely benefit Lin Yuetian, who was hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity. He wasn't that stupid. Just like that, the 3 of them left the cave and returned to the forest. They found a secluded place and began to cultivate. There were a total of 3 days. The first day had passed, and only the night was left. The 3 of them began to cultivate before the sun set. They only woke up in the early morning of the 3rd day. After a day and 2 nights of cultivation, Ling Xiao successfully transformed General 9 Snake's corpse into his beast soul. This beast soul was powerful, and it was at the pinnacle of the 18 levels of hell. In other words, Ling Xiao was at least at the pinnacle of the 18 levels of hell. Although he couldn't unleash the full potential of this beast soul, it was still more powerful than those weak martial souls. General 9 Snake's beast soul was very domineering. Anyone who saw the 9 snake heads would be afraid. General 9 Snake's beast soul also had a special ability, and it was called 9 Snake Poison Field. It was the last move General 9 Snake used to deal with Ling Xiao. It released 9 types of terrifying venom, and created a terrifying poison field that caught the enemy off guard. The power of this special ability was usually on par with Ling Xiao's most powerful martial arts or secret arts. However, if Ling Xiao's cultivation level was higher than the Beast Soul's level, it wouldn't work. For example, the Steel Bull Demon Beast Soul was only at the Yin-Yang state level 3 levels of hell. If Ling Xiao's cultivation level reached the Yin-Yang state level 4 levels of hell, its power wouldn't increase anymore. With the 9 Snakes Beast Soul, not only did Ling Xiao's combat power increase, but Ling Xiao's cultivation level had also reached the late stage of the Yin-Yang state level 6 levels of hell after absorbing the energy from General 9 Snake's body. He wasn't afraid of facing Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanwei at the same time. Of course, he didn't know much about Chen Beixian and wasn't sure how powerful he was. However, he still believed that Chen Beixian's talent wasn't as good as his, so he couldn't be much stronger. After he woke up, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also woke up. Chapter 2545. After a day and 2 nights of cultivation, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death hadn't fully integrated the 2 inheritances. They had only absorbed about 10%, but they had both reached the peak of level 6 of hell. This was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao's increase in cultivation. However, Ling Xiao wasn't worried. As long as he received the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's inheritance, he would only improve more than these 2. The stronger these 2 were, the more help they would be to him. Now, he could finally rob them openly. Whether it was the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's inheritance, or the Ox God Beast Soul, Ling Xiao wanted them all. By then, the Thunder Array formation in the cave of the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's inheritance had been resolved. After all, a day and 2 nights had passed. Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanwei weren't idiots. Although they didn't know anything about arrays, they obviously had an expert guiding them. It wouldn't make sense if they couldn't resolve the array formation in the cave after such a long time. Seeing this, Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. The array formation at the entrance was broken. Could they deal with the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's Dharma body? Just like General 9 Snake and General Ling Yu, they were originally sealed here. They didn't actually die, but their strength was greatly weakened. Even if the Tianlai Sacred Emperor was weakened, he would definitely be stronger than General 9 Snake and General Ling Yu. He was probably an expert at the 7th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Even if those guys all rushed in, they wouldn't be able to resolve it in a short time. In fact, Ling Xiao had been using his soul power to observe everything. He was also worried that someone would steal the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's inheritance. An inheritance was different from a beast soul. Even if a beast soul was stolen, it could be snatched back. However, once the inheritance was stolen, if the other party cultivated it by force, it would be impossible to snatch it back. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be so rash. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Didn't Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death cultivate peacefully for a while with Ling Xiao's help? When Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death appeared in the cave, he saw a few charred corpses on the ground. Not too far away, within a gigantic thunder pool, there was a powerful being bathed in thunder and lightning. The pair of gigantic bull horns on his head were simply too eye-catching. Needless to say, this was definitely the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. The domineering aura of a king from the past still existed on his body today. It was a pity that his strength had weakened too much. He only had that domineering aura. However, even so, he was not someone that ordinary people could bully. Both the Heavenly Wind Group and the Duke of Yu's residence had already lost many cultivators. Although Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanwei weren't injured, it was clear that they were very anxious. This was especially true for Chen Beixian. If Chen Beixian wanted to become a student of the Arcana Academy, he would have to obtain the inheritance of the Divine Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. However, he did not expect that this Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor's inheritance would be much more difficult than obtaining the Divine Ox Beast Soul. It was the last day. If he couldn't get the inheritance of the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder, he would have to break the contract. He couldn't go out empty-handed. While both sides were thinking about their own plans, Ling Xiao appeared in front of them. Xiao Feng Wenyue's eyes were filled with hatred. However, Qin Beixian smiled. The expressions of the two were actually very easy to understand. Xiao Feng Wanwei had obtained the divine ox beast soul, so he didn't have to worry about anything other than revenge. Therefore, he hated Ling Xiao. However, Qin Beixian needed to kill the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder as soon as possible. The arrival of Ling Xiao and the other two meant that their combat power had increased. It would be more likely for them to defeat the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder. Of course, he would be happy. It's already the third day. You are still here. It seems that the divine ox beast soul is already in your hands. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Xiao Feng Wanwei. Your storage ring can't contain the energy of the divine ox beast soul. Perhaps because Ling Xiao had the deity tablet of the 12 divine beasts, the energy of the divine ox beast soul was very obvious to him. Apparently, it was in Xiao Feng Wenyue's storage ring. You are finally here. So what if you know? Only death awaits you here. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with battle and killing intent. She didn't care about the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder who couldn't get out of the thunder pool. Anyway, it didn't matter to her whether she could obtain the inheritance of the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder or not. Really? I'm afraid Qin Beixian doesn't want you to kill me. Ling Xiao smiled and said. He had seen through the situation at first glance, but Xiao Feng Wanwei was blinded by hatred and didn't think of it. Why? Xiao Feng Wanwei asked Qin Beixian. Woman, you are so stupid. Don't you understand? He needs the inheritance of the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder. If I die, his combat power will be weakened. Who will help him deal with the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder? Ling Xiao sneered. It's meaningless with your strength. Xiao Feng Wanwei snorted and said, I can spare Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Those two girls are at the early stage of the 6th level of hell. They can help you. This guy is only relying on the thunder of immortality, but it's useless against the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder. Qin Beixian didn't say anything, as if he agreed with Xiao Feng Wanwei. Ling Xiao didn't refute. He only looked at Xiao Feng Wanwei with contempt. He was still a bit afraid of this woman when he was in the thunder pit. But today, he had already killed the 9-snake general. To him, this woman was not even worth mentioning. He didn't even plan to use his sword. He wanted to try the 9-snake general's beast soul. Are you speechless, Ling Xiao? I know you're talented, so I can't let you get out of the Ox God maze alive. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll never be able to avenge myself. Xiao Feng Wanwei shouted furiously. Ling Xiao, why don't I take care of this woman for you? Lin Ruoxian glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Her current cultivation and strength came from Ling Gao's help. So if Ling Xiao was willing, she could help Ling Xiao solve any problems. No need. You guys should work together with Qin Beixian to deal with the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder. This woman is not worth mentioning. I'll play with her first. Ling Xiao wanted to deal with Xiao Feng Wanwei because of the Ox God Beast soul. Moreover, if the other party kept pestering him, there was no way he could avoid this battle. He had to end it quickly. He had to get rid of this woman first, and get the Ox God Beast soul to increase his strength. This way, he would be more confident in dealing with the sacred emperor of heavenly thunder. Arrogant guy. Since you won't let those two women help, I won't let my people help either. Xiao Feng Wanwei originally planned to let the rest of the people from the Dukyu residence deal with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. At least, they could hold them back. She would deal with Ling Xiao alone. Chapter 2546. Are you really not going to help? Qin Beixian looked at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death with interest. Do we need to? Lin Ruoxian asked. Qin Beixian smiled and said, Maybe Ling Xiao isn't as useless as the rumors say. However, his cultivation is far from Xiao Feng Wenyue's. If he can't close the gap, he won't be Xiao Feng Wenyue's match. It's only been 2 days since he entered the Ox God maze. It's impossible for him to improve so much in such a short time. So, in my opinion, he's still no match for Xiaofeng Wanwei. However, it won't be easy for Xiaofeng Wanwei to defeat him. No, Brother Ling Xiao will definitely win. Moon Death shook her head and said, Even you are no match for Brother Ling Xiao. Oh? Miss, you're obviously exaggerating, aren't you? Xiaofeng Wanwei is only at the late stage of the 6th level of hell. However, I'm at the peak of my cultivation and have accumulated 100% of my energy. I'm only a step away from breaking through the 7th level of hell. What makes him think he can fight me? Chen Beixian said proudly. Let's not talk about it. You won't believe me anyway. Brother Ling Xiao said he wants to fight the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. Let's start the battle. Moon Death didn't want to explain too much. After the battle between Chen Beixian and Ling Xiao, the result would be revealed. Although everyone was attacking the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor to deplete his energy, they still paid attention to the battle between Ling Xiao and Xiaofeng Wanwei. For the people present, this battle was still very attractive. As for the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor, he was obviously sealed in the Thunder Pool. As long as he didn't step into the Thunder Pool, he wouldn't be afraid of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor's attack. The reason why someone was killed just now was because he was too excited to attack and stepped into the range of the lightning pool. That was why he encountered trouble. Ling Xiao wasn't thinking about the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor right now. He knew how to deal with the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor, but before that, he had to get the Ox God Beast's soul. His body began to change. The terrifying 9-headed snake beast soul transformation made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Even his figure had grown a lot taller. What the hell is this? When Dawnwind Waning Moon saw Ling Xiao's bizarre transformation, he could not help being startled. She had seen Ling Xiao fight before, and the first time Ling Xiao defeated her while she was still recovering from her injuries, she was naturally unconvinced. The second time, Ling Xiao killed Commander Chen. However, Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon had always believed that Ling Xiao had used his undying lightning. Even if Ling Xiao had killed Commander Chen with his own strength, he still wouldn't be a match for her. Commander Chen was only at the middle stage of the 6th level of hell, while she was at the late stage of the 6th level of hell. In terms of strength, she was more than 10 times stronger than Commander Chen. No matter what the hell you are, you will die today! Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon roared and a golden-armored warrior appeared behind him. The warrior held 2 huge axes and looked extremely ferocious. 2 huge axes also appeared in her hands. She was as mighty as the mighty spirit god, but she lacked the gentleness and elegance of a woman. I will kill you! Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon roared and swung the 2 axes at Ling Xiao. Many disciples of the Duke of Yu Mansion cheered for Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon. In their eyes, Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon's brutality and ferocity were on par with Chen Beixian and Lin Yuetian. No one knew how many people had died under the 2 axes. Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon was also a martial artist in the Duke of Yu Mansion who was well versed in all kinds of weapons. Therefore, her martial spirit was the most versatile. As for the giant axe, it was one of the weapons with the most terrifying attack power. She clearly wanted Ling Xiao to die by using the giant axe. With Ling Xiao's strength, would he be able to withstand it? Go to hell, you punk from the 8 Immortal Mountain! You are just a gigolo who hides behind a woman! Unpleasant curses came from the Duke of Yu's Mansion's camp. Meanwhile, the martial artists of the Heavenly Wind Group were enjoying the show. However, soon, the harsh curses came to an abrupt end. The smile on their faces also froze. This was because everyone saw a strange scene. A terrifying snake head appeared behind Ling Xiao and sent Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon flying. The 2 axes fell to the ground. Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon was even more flustered. Her black hair was disheveled and messy. That was merely a single strike. Can't your golden armor warrior level up? It can be merged. Use it now, or I will kill you with the next attack. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon coldly and didn't pursue. However, the more he ignored her, the the angrier Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon became. She felt that she was being looked down upon and looked down upon. This was simply a great humiliation. Very well, as you wish. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon was very clear that if he didn't use his full strength, not to mention revenge, he might even lose his life here. He had no choice but to upgrade the Golden Armor Warrior to the Golden Armor God. His power suddenly increased tenfold. Then, the Golden Armor God merged with his body and turned into a Golden Armor Valkyrie, increasing his combat power by another tenfold. In other words, her combat power was almost on par with Qinbei Xian when he didn't use any special means. Every time I see you guys transform, I am envious. Your transformation is so much better than my beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao cracked a smile. Although it sounded like a compliment, many people knew that he was implying that the golden armor transformation of the Duke of Yu Mansion was only good for show. These words were simply cursing. Cut the crap, let's fight! Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, who had turned into a golden armor Valkyrie, seemed to have regained her confidence. However, the more she fought, the more she realized that Ling Xiao was like an endless wall. She had no idea how powerful he was. No matter what kind of attack she used, Qinbei Xian could deal with it easily. In the beginning, Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon tried to defeat Ling Xiao with a Jade Tier martial art. However, even after using all of her most powerful Jade Tier martial art, she couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao didn't use his most powerful sword art. He only used a beast soul transformation to block all of her attacks. The 9 snake heads were extremely strange. It was as if each of them was as hard as iron, and each of them was as terrifying as a divine weapon. I don't believe that a Jade Tier martial art won't work. Then I will use a top tier martial art. As the most talented prodigy of the Duke of Yu Mansion, Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon knew how to use a Jade Tier martial art. Ling Xiao was still wearing a faint smile on his face. Qinbei Xian furrowed his brows as he watched the battle from the sidelines. He originally wanted to find some clues from the battle between Ling Xiao and Xiao Feng Wanwei. This way, if it was his turn to fight Ling Xiao, it would be easier. However, he realized that he was wrong. He was so wrong. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao actually did not use any kind of martial skill. He was completely using those 9 ferocious snake heads to face the enemy. This time, it's time for you to use your true strength, right? Chapter 2547. Qinbei Xian believed that even he had to be careful when Dawn Wind Waning Moon used a top-tier Jade grade martial art, not to mention Ling Xiao. Seal of God, Weapon Storm! Weapon Storm was a powerful martial art that only Dawn Wind Waning Moon could use in the Duke of Yu's residence. Terrifying weapons were released from her hands and turned into a torrential downpour, smashing towards Ling Xiao like a mountain range. 9 Snake Mystic Art, 9 Snake Venom Realm! His opponent's attack was powerful and Ling Xiao couldn't neutralize it with a normal attack. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and used the most powerful skill of the Beast Soul transformation. Suddenly, the 9 snake heads spewed out 9 streams of terrifying venom. The venom turned into a poisonous fog that covered the entire area. No! I don't want to die! Even if Dawn Wind Waning Moon could block 8 of the 9 types of venom, she would lose her combat ability if she was infected by even one of them. This was the terrifying part of the 9 snake venom realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao had refined the 9 snake venom realm and combined it with the territory of a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The poisonous fog didn't dissipate for a long time. Even if his opponent could block it for a while, it wouldn't last forever. In the poisonous fog, Dawn Wind Waning Moon let out a blood-curdling scream. All the weapons fell to the ground. Vaguely, one could see her trembling on the ground. Ling Xiao sneered and used the 1,000-mile wolf to snatch the storage ring that contained the divine ox beast soul. He didn't put it in the storage ring but used it directly. Qinbei Xian and the others thought that Ling Xiao had lost his mind after seeing this. Normal people can't withstand the divine ox beast soul. It's unavoidable to use it directly, Qinbei Xian said coldly. That's right. Since Ling Xiao got the divine ox beast soul, he should have stored it away first. His impulsive action is suicidal. It seems that he doesn't want the divine ox beast soul to be taken away by us. Qin Xianfeng shared the same thought. However, Ling Xiao's body didn't explode as they had expected. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but his aura seemed to have strengthened in that instant. Obviously, they weren't imagining things. The divine ox beast soul was injected into the divine ox seat, although it could not be used for the time being. However, it could greatly increase the power of the beast spirit on this deity position. It could also increase a warrior's strength at the very beginning. The moment Ling Xiao injected the divine ox beast soul into his body, he became a martialist at the peak of level 6 of the Yin-Yang realm. Although Qin Beixian and Qin Xianfeng could feel that his aura had grown stronger, they didn't know why it had grown stronger. Ling Xiao sneered at Qin Beixian and Qin Xuanfeng's shocked faces. Then, he retracted a large amount of poisonous fog. It revealed Dawn Breeze Waning Moon's miserable appearance. Many parts of Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's body had been corroded and turned black. His face was pale and bloodless. He was clearly a living person just a moment ago, but at this moment, he looked withered, like a skeleton. Tisk TSK. I told you not to provoke me, but you didn't listen. Anyway, since I've already gotten the divine ox beast soul, I'll let you go and spare your life. Ling Xiao smiled. With Dawn Wind Waning Moon in such a state, he no longer had any combat prowess left. He was no longer a threat to Ling Xiao, so there was no point in killing him. Therefore, he only retracted all the poisonous fog and looked at the Divine Emperor in the Thunder Pool. Qin Beixian was shocked that Ling Xiao could defeat Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon and get the divine ox beast soul so easily. However, he was also indifferent. He was the first on the genius roll. How could Ling Xiao steal his limelight? Ling Xiao, you've already gotten the divine ox beast soul. There's no need to fight for the inheritance of the divine emperor. Qin Beixian said coldly. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon was already crippled, so the inheritance of the divine emperor was naturally his. He wouldn't allow anyone to compete with him. What a joke! When you teamed up with the Duke of Yu's mansion to deal with my sister Ruoxian, did you think this would happen? I got the divine ox beast soul, so the inheritance of the divine emperor is also mine. Ling Xiao said coldly. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? Qin Xianfeng scolded. Senior brother Beixian, don't waste your breath on him. Let's kill him first. Qin Bao said. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Let me give you a piece of advice. Stay aside and watch, and you might be able to get out of here alive. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Heavenly Wind group. How arrogant! Qin Beixian was an arrogant person. How could he not be angry after hearing Ling Xiao's words? However, he had to rely on Ling Xiao to help him defeat the Divine Emperor, so he had no choice but to stay put. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, follow me into the lightning pool. Ling Xiao could feel that the dagger in his storage ring was trembling. A warm current suddenly flowed into his soul realm. He suddenly knew everything. The Divine Emperor used to be a monster reared by a big family in the Qin nation. This dagger was the Dharma treasure that controlled the Divine Emperor. However, the family was later wiped out because of some things. That demonic beast, which was Holy Emperor Tianlei, had coincidentally devoured the corpses of more than 1,000 members of this family. As a result, not only did it become stronger, but it also took on a human form. The Divine Emperor was a violent person. During his time outside, he had harmed many people. If it wasn't for the Divine Ox Beast seal, it would have become a disaster. With the Divine Thunder Dagger in his hand, he could avoid being hurt by the lightning pool and have a good fight with the Divine Emperor. Ling Xiao didn't need those guys with evil intentions to interfere. As long as he joined forces with Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and the 8 Dharma treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain, they could defeat this monster. You don't need to watch the battle. Ling Xiao waved his hand and avoided the battle. To defeat the Divine Emperor, Ling Xiao had to use all his strength, including the martial soul of the tyrant sky and the soul of the butterfly lady. If those guys saw it, it would be troublesome. What should we do now, senior brother? Chen Bao asked Chen Beixian. He was at a loss of what to do after witnessing this bizarre scene. Let's wait first. We can't enter the lightning pool anyway. Since he can enter, we'll wait for him to kill the Divine Emperor and then reap the benefits. Chen Beixian thought for a while. It seems that this is the only way now, Chen Bao said helplessly. Senior brother Beixian, I don't think it's a good idea to wait here. If that guy doesn't defeat the Divine Emperor, and we don't get anything, we won't even be qualified to enter the Arcana Academy. Why don't I take people outside to find other inheritances? Qin Xianfeng suggested. Okay. Chapter 2548. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came up. The entire sky thunder cavern seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Qin Beixian was still inside the cavern when he sensed something was wrong. He quickly rushed out of the cavern. When he returned to the cave, he found that the lightning pool had already collapsed and the place was a mess. Only the body of the sacred emperor of sky thunder lay there like a lifeless bull. The divine text floated in the air, but Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were nowhere to be seen. God is on my side! Qin Beixian didn't know what had happened, but he knew one thing. The inheritance of the sacred emperor of sky thunder was right in front of him. Come! Qin Beixian opened his right hand and tried to pull the three divine texts into his body. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the cavern. It was Lin Yuetian. Lin Yuetian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He knew that he was no match for Qin Beixian and the Heavenly Wind group. However, Qin Beixian was the only one left. The rest of the martial artists were either dead or had left the cavern in search of other inheritances. He couldn't let go of such a golden opportunity. Qin Beixian didn't have time to react and was thrown into the thunder pool by Lin Yuetian. Lin Yuetian also took the three divine texts. The two of them were evenly matched in terms of power. Lin Yuetian's sneak attack had saved him a lot of effort. I, Lin Yuetian, did not waste my time hiding in the dark like a rat for 3 days. Qin Beixian, the Ox God Maze is about to end in an hour. I have to report back to my superiors. Sorry! Lin Yuetian laughed maniacally and ran away. He wasn't going to fight Qin Beixian to the death. It was the last hour of the third day, and it was time for the results to be announced. Stop right there, asshole! Qin Beixian chased after him. Without the Ox God Beast's soul, the inheritance of the sacred emperor of Sky Thunder was his only chance to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Of course, he wouldn't give up. After all, he was more powerful than Lin Yuetian. As long as he could catch up with Lin Yuetian, he would be able to take back the inheritance of the sacred emperor of Sky Thunder. At this moment, no one cared where Ling Xiao and the others had gone. What is this place? Ling Xiao rubbed his dizzy head and looked at the strange scene around him. This place should be underground. Lightning constantly flickered, as if it was a terrifying lightning domain. At this time, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also woke up. They were just as confused as Ling Xiao about where they were. Although I don't know, this is definitely a very special place in the Ox God's Maze. Furthermore, we were forcefully teleported here after defeating the Holy Emperor Tianlei. There might be some accidents, so be careful. Ling Xiao reminded him before swallowing a blood spirit fruit. The other two did the same. After all, the battle with Holy Emperor Tianlei had consumed too much energy. All three of them were injured. Ling Zhao's first revolution in Yang Realm's 6th level of hell increased again, reaching 30% of his strength. The other two's inheritances were also stimulated, and their rate of improvement was even faster than his. They had already reached 70% of their strength. After recovering, the three of them began to search this unfamiliar place. From the looks of it, this place was more like an alternate dimension. I suspect that this dimension exists inside Holy Emperor Tianlei's body. Ling Xiao also had the mountain river world, so he could feel it very clearly. If that was the case, it meant that they had already entered Holy Emperor Tianlei's body. However, he didn't know which part it was. Of course, if someone were to observe Holy Emperor Tianlei's body from the outside, they would see a strange light flashing in his eyes. Although it wasn't very obvious, it could be seen with a closer look. Unfortunately, both Chen Beixian and Lin Yuetian were focused on the divine text and didn't notice it at all. The three of them searched this strange dimension for a while and found a room. There was a lightning barrier on the door of the room. It was much stronger than the lightning array in the Sky Thunder Cavern. Ling Xiao felt the Sky Thunder dagger in his storage ring reacting, so he took it out. The moment the Heavenly Thunder dagger came into contact with the lightning above the door, all the lightning disappeared. It was as if the lightning had been sucked into the dagger. The door opened and the three of them walked in. To their surprise, they found that it was a study room. The bookshelves were filled with martial arts manuals. Normally, the inferior top-tier jade-grade martial skills were treated as treasures, but in this place, they were actually the most ordinary. Most of the martial arts manuals here were outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial arts manuals. Some of them were top-tier jade-grade martial arts manuals. If the people in the 8 Immortals County knew about this, they would go crazy with excitement. There shouldn't be any danger here. You two go and choose a top-tier jade-grade martial arts manual that is suitable for you. It would be best if you could choose a set of excellent, outstanding, and top-tier martial arts manuals. After all, your cultivation level is not very high. If you want to cultivate, you should start with the excellent ones. Ling Xiao reminded them and then continued to search the room. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Since the Sky Thunder dagger was related to this dimension, did it mean that this dimension was created by the family in the Chen Kingdom? Since they were the ones who created it, it was only right that they had something better. After all, the Sky Thunder Holy Emperor was so strong. How could the martial artists of this family be weak? The keyhole of this box is just right for the Sky Thunder dagger. Let's try it! After searching the entire study room, he found a box made of black wood in an inconspicuous corner. This black wood was very hard. Even steel was not as hard as it. He first set up 3 layers of defensive formations. After all, he didn't know what was inside the box. Then, he inserted the dagger into the keyhole. At this moment, the whole box spewed out a terrifying bolt of lightning. The lightning gradually condensed into a human figure. Ling Xiao had never seen this person before. It was very unfamiliar. But he guessed that it might be the person from the destroyed family. You are the fated person who defeated the purple lightning bull? It was obvious that the human figure formed by the lightning was just the soul sealed in the black wooden box. His voice was full of majesty and vicissitudes. To be able to call the Sky Thunder Holy Emperor Purple Lightning Bull, he was probably stronger than the Sky Thunder Holy Emperor. Either that or its owner. That's right. How should I address you? Ling Xiao asked. Because he didn't have a good impression of the Sky Thunder Holy Emperor, Ling Xiao's attitude towards this guy wasn't very good. Ha ha ha, it seems that you are very dissatisfied with that purple lightning bull. That's true. That evil beast, not only did it betray its master at the critical moment, it even devoured the corpses of thousands of its master's family members. It was simply unforgivable. Chapter 2549. Benefactor? Sigh, what a pity. I'm afraid the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor has already been taken away by someone else. I originally wanted that. Ling Xiao sighed. That's nothing. The lightning figure suddenly scolded. That purple lightning bull's knowledge is not even 30% of mine. What bullshit Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor, the real Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor is me. That guy is just my mount, how dare he use my name? What's going on? Hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little stunned. Hearing this lightning figure was the real Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor? You may not believe it, but it doesn't matter. Soon you will believe it. After I finish my last words, I will naturally give you my complete inheritance. At that time, not only will you have a great breakthrough in your cultivation, you will also obtain the real Thunder Light Shield and the real Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard martial skills and secret techniques. What that stupid bull learned was only the tip of the iceberg. No matter how much it cultivated, the strongest martial skill it learned was only the second level of the immortal grade, and it was incomplete. However, the true Imperial Spirit Lightning Light Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard could be upgraded along with your cultivation. The highest you can reach is the 9th level of the immortal grade, the lightning humanoid said proudly. All right, Senior, I believe you. But you should have some requirements for giving me your inheritance, right? Ling Xiao did not believe that a pie would fall from the sky for no reason. There is a requirement. Do you know why our family was exterminated? He suddenly asked. I don't know. That's because our family has a terrifying devouring demon fetus. This demon fetus can devour the 10 golden crows that fell on the Black Tortoise continent in the past. At this point, the lightning figure's eyes were filled with fear. All warriors want to take the devouring demon fetus for themselves and make it a part of their body. This way, they can devour the 10 golden crows and have a terrifying power comparable to the 12 beast gods. The lightning figure continued. Actually, the reason why the purple lightning bull came to the ox god's maze is because the ox god is suppressing a terrifying golden crow. Its name is the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. Legend has it that in the ancient Black Tortoise continent, there were 11 golden suns in the sky. There were 11 different golden crows. The 11 golden suns emitted different rays of light, tormenting this ancient land. Later on, the 12 beast gods joined forces and knocked 10 of the golden crows to the ground. Because of this, the 12 beast gods had no choice but to go into hibernation, and their powers were much weaker than when they were at their peak. All these years, in order to find the 10 golden crows, many top experts of the Black Tortoise mainland have died. From what you're saying, the devouring devil fetus seems to be able to devour golden crows. Ling Xiao asked. You're right. The suppressed devouring devil fetus is an extremely terrifying existence. It came from outer space, and no one knows where it came from. Some said it was the demon realm, while others said it was somewhere else. In short, this guy was really terrifying. No matter what it was, he could devour it. After devouring it, it could also continuously increase its strength. Fortunately, it's just a devil fetus. Otherwise, if it grows into a real devil, the entire Black Tortoise continent will be swallowed by it. The lightning humanoid figure explained. In terms of devouring ability, can it be stronger than the Taotai beast? Ling Xiao laughed. I can't judge because I've never seen the Taotai beast. Actually, there's another way. This devouring devil fetus was born from the Taotai beast and the demon race. Therefore, not only does it have the devouring ability of the Taotai beast, it also has the terrifying demonic power of the demon race. Once this devil grows up, the entire Black Tortoise mainland will suffer, and it may even affect the entire mystic world. Therefore, I hope you can get rid of that devouring devil fetus. The lightning humanoid figure said. That thing will not only cause strife in the world, but it can also trigger a real apocalypse. Listen to me, you won't be wrong. It does sound terrifying, but what if I can turn that devouring devil fetus into my own? Ling Xiao actually had an idea ever since he came to the Black Tortoise mainland. If he wanted to explore the mystic world, he would not be able to return to the Heavenly Empire for a long time. This would inevitably breed some people's rebellious thoughts. Therefore, it would be better to create a powerful avatar. That's right, an avatar, not a clone. He had seen this method of creating avatars in the primordial spirit remnant scroll. All that was needed was the soul and the embryo. He was already able to create a soul out of the shell, and he could also split a part of his soul and let it grow continuously, but it was also closely connected to his soul. If he added the devouring devil fetus, wouldn't he be able to create a heaven-defying avatar? Avatars were different from doppelgangers. Avatars were basically another version of themselves. Thinking of this, he already had a plan. No. You have to remember, many people have tried in vain to be contaminated by the devouring devil fetus, including people from our family, but in the end, they did not succeed. Your cultivation is far inferior to ours, so how could you possibly succeed? The lightning humanoid figure shook his head and said, Don't try something that has no chance of success. You will definitely fail, definitely. At that time, it will be too late to regret it. He seemed to be really worried about Ling Xiao. It's just that he didn't trust Ling Xiao that much. I definitely won't regret it. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he didn't know if he could succeed, since he had chosen to do something, he would definitely not regret it. This was his character. The lightning humanoid figure had already told him where the devouring devil fetus was. It didn't take him much time to find it. The devouring devil fetus was sealed in 81 layers of seals. It seemed that in order to prevent this thing from growing, the lightning humanoid figure's family had really spent a lot of time. No! The lightning humanoid figure was frightened and let out a loud cry. However, he was powerless to stop Ling Xiao from doing what he wanted to do. To put it bluntly, it was just a humanoid figure condensed by a mass of energy and soul. In fact, Ling Xiao was worried that he wouldn't succeed. However, when he approached the devouring devil fetus, he felt that the devouring devil fetus was a little afraid. The Taotai beast in Universe Tyrant only opened one eye, but the devouring devil fetus had completely lost its ability to resist. As for the seals, they were not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. It only took him a few minutes to remove all of them. I can start now. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Because it was his first time creating an avatar, he was extra careful. Almost half of his soul power was released from his spirit sea and then poured into the devouring devil fetus. The devouring devil fetus tried to resist, but it was completely suppressed by the Taotai beast's roar. From this, Ling Xiao could basically conclude that the devouring devil fetus was related to the Taotai beast, but it was definitely not on the same level as the Taotai beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying when facing the Taotai beast. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.